the Marlins and the Braves get ready to go. This would be a 3-game series. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. The Marlins and the first-place Braves, though the Braves' lead in the East has shrunk a little bit since last the Marlins saw. The Marlins took 2 of 3 there and then lost 3 tight ones in St. Louis.
Yeah, and the Atlanta Braves, Rich, coming off losing 2 of 3 from the Philadelphia Phillies, so they're reeling a little bit. Always a fun series when the Marlins hook up with the Braves.
And the Marlins with a breakthrough win in Atlanta in a series. They hadn't done that in a long time. It was a blowout win for the Braves, and the Marlins won 2 tight ones there.
Good to see the Marlins take 2 of 3, even though they gave up all those runs in the one game. That's why you see the Braves outscored the Marlins in the 3 games. But Marcelo Zuna had that nice 3-hit game. Ruggiano hit a big home run. Lomo swung the bat well. It was good all-around baseball, but the Marlins weren't able to sustain that and take that on to St. Louis with them.
It's a really interesting pitching matchup. Ricky Nolasco, of course, traded this weekend. He vacates a spot in the rotation. And the Marlins are hoping that Kevin Slowey can step in and pitch well. He did face the Braves in relief, and it did not go well when he did.
Now, Kevin Slowey was in the rotation. He's made 13 starts this year. The last time he started a game was June 12th against Milwaukee, and you're right about his outing in Atlanta. 2 innings, gave up 5 hits and 4 runs. So Kevin Slowey's going to get a couple of starts before the All-Star break. Is it an audition? Maybe a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Mike Minor, the Marlins just saw him. His last start was against Miami.
And, of course, in our Coventry Healthcare matchup, it was a Justin Ruggiano 3-run homer that was the big blow against Minor, who is prone to give up the long ball in this one. Speaking of long balls, Tino Martinez hit plenty of them in his career. Inside the Marlins preview with Frank Fort coming up when we get back. You get into the second half of the season, and the roof is open. A little breeze, nice night, Marlins Park. Let's go out to center field, see how they're doing out there with Craig and Niner. Guys?
We are doing well, thank you, Rich, and good evening again, everybody. And tonight, after our post-game show, the debut of Inside the Marlins, Tino Martinez, a guy you've gotten to know pretty well now around the Marlins here, is the hitting coach, and he's done a great job.
He has done a great job. After those first 2 months, his psyche was a little bit questionable, but after this June and the role the Marlins are on right now, I think he's done an outstanding job because he likes to talk mechanics more. approach more than mechanics. When you get a mechanical hitting coach, I think it's kind of dicey, but he likes to talk about brain, which is the most important part.
And he knows how to hit, too. Here's a preview of Inside the Marlins.
But it's like a guy that's going hard, real hard, and it'll pound you in. Don't be afraid to push one or bunt for a hit.
On this edition of Inside the Marlins, we'll go up close with Marlins hitting coach Tino Martinez. A native of Tampa, Martinez played at Jefferson High School under the tutelage of Coach Pop Cuesta.
His drive was always to be the very best at everything, and that's the way, he approached the game here on the field. So I knew that down the road he was going to be successful.
A first-round pick of Seattle, Tino broke in with the Mariners, but it was a trade to the Yankees which propelled his career into overdrive.
Like the players that were there before, he goes, wait until you put on the uniform, Tino. You're not going to believe how it feels just to put on the pinstripes. And he goes, man, those guys weren't lying.
To have those good, solid seasons we had individually, but to play in a winning team, to get to the World Series, not just once, but 5 times when I was there, you can't ask for more than that.
Now in his first season as part of a major league coaching staff, Tino oversees the Marlins hitters.
It's something you get out there, Jose. Inside pitch, let it go. I thought it was a great opportunity for me to get back in the game by teaching these young kids, not just hitting, but how to go about their business on a daily basis.
Inside the Marlins, Tino Martinez debuts after Jeff and I see you for the post-game show. Hope we're talking about a Marlins win. We'll see. They won 2 out of 3 last week.
Hey, they're back home. Let's keep the roll going at home.
They played very well here, winning 11 of the last 15 at Marlins Park, scoring for Tino's offense over 5 runs a game during that stretch as well. All right, we've got baseball coming up. It's game 1 of this 3-game series. NL East matchup between the Braves and the Marlins.
In Miami tonight, the roof is open. The Braves are here. A 3-game set starts tonight. Fish and Braves. And the Marlins were just in Atlanta. They took 2 of 3 in Atlanta. The Braves went off to Philly, where they dropped 2 of 3 there. The Marlins, of course, in tight ball games, with some disappointment, certainly, were swept in St. Louis. And now back home, and it's Kevin Slowey who climbs the hill. Slowey makes his 14th start. He did face the Braves in relief in the blowout win by the Braves, and he didn't fare well in 2 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs. That was the 11-3 Braves win. So Slowey, a chance to start. Maybe that'll change his luck against the Braves. Andrelton Simmons, Jason Hayward, Justin Upton for Atlanta. Pinch-A-Penny brings you the first pitch. Fastball, strike 1. Dan Iasonia calls.
And Rich, one of the things we saw from Kevin Slowey when he was in the rotation and pitching a lot, he's a strike thrower. He's around the plate, but has to be around the plate on the corners.
Ground ball, Echeverria to his left. We've got 2 dynamite shortstops defensively in this series. Simmons is having a spectacular year, and if you watch the Marlins, you know Echeverria has been terrific as well. Jam Lexus brings you the starting lineup. Andrelton Simmons is at short. Jason Hayward's in right. Justin Upton in left. Freddie Freeman is at first. A red-hot Brian McCann will do the catching. Dan Uggla, his name is still Dan Uggla. B.J. Upton in center field. Chris Johnson at third base. He had a very nice series against the Marlins and has had a good year all year. And, of course, Mike Minor pitches and hits 9th. And here is Jason Hayward, who fouls the first pitch off.
Now, there are a few guys in that Braves lineup that have been swinging the bat well. You mentioned McCann, certainly Freeman. How about Chris Johnson, the series he had in Atlanta?
Hayward knocks another one up in the seats. Hayward, one of the Braves that really hasn't been able to get going this year. We talked about that in Atlanta. It's amazing that the Braves are where they are, and they're not firing on all cylinders, which tells you about something about the guys like Chris Johnson, Freddie Freeman, Evan Gattis on the disabled list, but he had 2 very productive months. And, of course, the Braves bullpen and the starting rotation. Counts 0-2 on Hayward, who was 2 for 12. With the double, there's a look at Freddie Gonzalez, who led the Braves to the postseason last year.
Kevin Slowey right on track. 6 pitches, 5 have been strikes. So the first time he's gone out of the strike zone.
One-two coming. Breaking ball clobbered, but fouled. And it's up into the upper tank, but well fouled. All right, defensively,
A little different look for the defense. Outfielders, infielders during batting practice getting used to playing the game after not playing a lot of home games with the roof open tonight. So a little different look.
Cleveland Clinic will bring you the 3D look at the defense.
Yeah, there it is with Ruggiano, Ozuna, and Stanton in that outfield. Ed Lucas starting at third, Lomo over at first. Hot guys up the middle, offensively and defensively. Echeverria and Dietrich, and Jeff Mathis handling Kevin Slowey.
That went a mile high. That looked like it was almost going to scrape the roof. And Stanton is over, and he makes the catch. Now, Tommy, you talked about fielders having to adjust to the roof open. What do you think an open roof in July will do for hitters tonight?
Personally, I think the ball's going to jump. I think it's going to carry. And I think it's a tough matchup for Kevin Slowey. Left-handers this year, and the Braves have some outstanding lefties in their lineup. Left-handers hitting .314 against Kevin. So he's got to make his pitches because it's a tough lineup.
All right, Justin is the first Upton to come to the plate. He had that monster April, and then he fouls that one back. Out of play. Upton in the Phillies series was 3 for 15. Still tied for 9th in the National League with 15 homers. A dozen of them came in April. He hung that one, and it's lined to left. And Ruggiano is right there. A 1-2-3 inning in the first. Braves and Marlins. And here comes the Marlins lineup. Jam Lexus brings it to you. Justin Ruggiano had a big homer against Minor in Atlanta. Ed Lucas is at third. Giancarlo Stanton trying to work his way out of a slump in right field. Marcelo Zuna in center. Logan Morrison had a terrific road trip. So did Danny Echeverria and Derek Dietrich. Jeff Mathis, we've seen a lot of him. And he's played very well, especially defensively behind the plate. Kevin Slowey will hit ninth.
Well, the big hit, you mentioned it, Rich, off Mike Minor in Atlanta was the 3-run homer by Justin Ruggiano in the 5th inning. But Minor's having a good year. 8-4, ERA is very good. But he's also second in the league in receiving the most run support in the National League. So he's gotten a lot of help. Very tough on left-handed hitters. Righties hitting him about a 250 clip.
Well, isn't that ironic? Because yesterday the Marlins saw the guy that's getting the most runs in all of baseball, and that's Lance Lynn. And the Cardinals eked out a 3-2 win yesterday.
So tonight they get number 2.
Mike Minor gets Justin Ruggiano, Ed Lucas, Giancarlo Stanton. Minor, the first rounder out of Vanderbilt. And a fastball to Ruggiano. Ruggiano getting the start in left. Sends a ground ball out to Ugla. And there's one out. Here come the Braves defensively, brought to you by the Cleveland Clinic, Florida.
And the Braves kind of middle of the pack as far as defense. We're going to let you see if you can figure out the Braves with Upton, and Hayward in the outfield. Chris Johnson, Simmons, Ugla, and Freeman around the infield. And Brian McCann doing the catching.
Remember that throw that Stanton made from right field against the Cardinals that didn't quite get to the cutoff man?
Mm-hmm.
That was the equivalent of that.
It happens to the crack staff once in a while.
All he can do, Tommy, is get to the next play, get to the next pitch. And Ed Lucas stands in for that pitch. The 0-1 is up. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Lucas at third has kept his average up around 280, 290 now for the better part of 3 weeks. Yesterday, a 1-for-4 day. And he's found most of his hits in center field and in right field. All right, Tommy, here we go again.
And if you remember what I said, it is brought to you by Cleveland Clinic. And there it is with the Uptons, Hayward, McCann behind the plate. Pretty much the lineup and the defense we saw in Atlanta.
Commit that to memory.
Yes.
Lucas takes up, and it's 2-2. Minor, among others for the Braves, was very good in September last year when the Braves made their charge. And he spears that comebacker, and it gets the out. So there are 2 outs. One of the big questions around the Marlins right now is what is up with Giancarlo Stanton? And we saw him struggle mightily in Atlanta and especially in St. Louis.
Boy, a tough road trip for Giancarlo.
And a swing and a miss. And certainly the Braves saw him in person and saw every at-bat on tape in St. Louis. He gets a changeup right out of the chute.
And the double that Stanton hit in the ballgame yesterday was his first extra base hit in 9 games.
Breaking ball, ground ball, and it's wide of third. And when it left the bat, Stanton thought it was an out. He thought it was a fly ball out. He slammed his bat down and jogged towards first as if it was yet another offer. But the ball carried so well, it nestled deep into right center field for a double. So even he underestimates his own power at times.
Well, I think even he realized he didn't have the best of swings on that double either. He kind of spun out and didn't drive the ball to right center. It went to right center.
Fastball, line drive, center field. Didn't get all of it. B.J. Upton is there, and he makes the catch. And Minor works a 1-2-3. First, onward, upward to the second. Scoreless. This evening here in Miami, we're in high definition. That's brought to you by H.H. Gregg. Freddie Freeman stands in. Kevin Slowey delivers. Brian McCann, Dan Ugla also scheduled. Freeman loves to swing early in the count, and he usually has a lot of success when he does. But he missed on that pitch. The count's 0-1. Didn't miss on that one, and he clobbers it into right field. Stanton picks it up. Freeman, a solid single to right field. Now, you talked about lefty bats against Kevin Slowey. Here comes a lefty bat who is red hot. Marlins saw that in Atlanta. And McCann, co-National League Player of the Week with Homer Bailey.
Well, a good part of that against the Marlins, 6 for 13 with a home run in that series in Atlanta.
You win that award, Tommy Hutton, you get a video montage and cool Player of the Week music.
Yeah.
And I believe a nice watch.
Well, he's on an 8-game hitting streak, hitting .594 during the streak, and bringing his average up to 300.
Well, the Braves have had the best of both worlds, haven't they, behind the plate? I mean, when McCann was still on the disabled list, McCann off-season shoulder surgery, Evan Gattis was lighting up the world. Wasn't he the player of the month in April and in May? Rookie of the month?
He was at least rookie of the month.
And now Gattis is hurt. McCann comes back, and now McCann's going bonkers.
Just to show you how hot that batting average has gotten him, when we went into Atlanta, the first game of the series, Brian McCann was hitting .250. And all of a sudden he finds himself coming into this game at .304. He went 9 for 12 in Philadelphia.
Freeman at first. McCann against Slowey. 1-2 coming. Got in on his hands, and it stays 1-2. Remember, and there was some good and some bad with McCann against Nolasco in that ball game in which they last met as Marlin and Brave. I would expect maybe McCann and Nolasco will see each other again at some point.
Not this year, though. The Braves are done playing the Dodgers.
There's the postseason. You never know. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball pulled foul. Now, McCann homered against Ricky in the 4th inning, but when Ricky struck him out in the 6th inning, that was his 1,000th career strikeout. And, yeah, Ricky Nolasco confirmed that he's thrown just about every pitch known to man to McCann, and he's hit every one of them hard. Nobody out. 2nd inning. Slowey with the infield pulled over, shifting for the lefty bat. Slowey stays in. And the count's 2-2.
Well, the high point for Kevin Slowey this year was that 20-inning game at Citi Field. He came out of the bullpen, picked up the win, went 7 shutout innings.
Good pitch there. Morrison gathers it in, gets it out. Echeverria returns and gets a double play. Wow. For a moment, you thought there's no way they get 2. Then you remember it's McCann running, and he didn't get up the line that quickly. And Echeverria never wavered. He turned the double play.
Now, you remember 2 things. McCann running. Look at the footwork. Look how he skipped out of the way of the slide and was able to make the throw. And he got a good feed from Logan Morrison at first base. So nicely done on all 3 ends.
And so here is Ugla now. Ugla just 3 for 24 against the Fish. And he takes down low. I think Ugla feels at home with the roof open. This is more to his liking. This was more like that old football stadium where he hit a lot of home runs. And he drills this one to left center field. Deep. Ruggiano's back. Warning track. Leaps. It's off the wall. Ozuna has it. Fires to second. And he almost got it. Oh, my goodness. What a throw. Ugla gets a double.
Hey, Ugla gets a double and gets a wake-up call that the guy in center field has a pretty good throwing arm. He just got in there. Number one, I think he thought it was out when he left the batter's box.
Whoa, he just
and if not for a little trick slide, he's out.
Got the foot around it.
Well, what a great throw from Ozuna.
So the Braves have hit 2 balls hard in this inning. The Freeman single and the Ugla double, but the McCann double play. Watch Ugla out of the box.
Yeah, he thinks he flipped the bat. He drops his head. Uh-oh, eyes get a little bigger. Now they're getting bigger when he sees the throw coming. And he just did get in there.
B.J. Upton swings and misses. The longer the season goes, the more concerned the Braves are with B.J. Upton. Hitting at 175. Upton has struck out 96 times. With his speed, they'd love to have him up near the top of the order. He does have 8 homers and 10 doubles. Slowey's fastball darts outside.
You know, there was a little ray of hope. He hit under 200 in April, under 200 in May. He hit around 240 in June, but you know what? In July, he's hitting 150.
2 for 11 in the series against the Phils. And of the 2 Uptons, BJ is the one that is signed through 2017. 5 years, $72 million. He came over as a free agent. Remember, the Braves inherited Justin's contract, which goes through 2015, 2 more seasons after this, at $10 million a year. Just missed.
This is a guy Slowey wants to get, though, especially the way Chris Johnson swung the bat in Atlanta against the Marlins.
Amen. Chris Johnson has swung the bat well all season long. 3-2 coming. Got him. Fastball struck him out. Upton goes down. Slowey out of the inning. Ugla left at second. And this ball game in Miami with the roof open. Scoreless. Let's go places by AT&T Uverse TV. Check availability 1-800-PICK-AT&T. Rethink possible by Just for Men Auto Stop, the foolproof way to get rid of gray. And by Checkers. Feast on. in Miami tonight. Mike Minor looking for win number 9. And the Braves looking to increase their lead in the East, which has shrunk a little bit. Let's scout this lefty out of Vanderbilt.
Well, if you're a hitter, you shouldn't have to go to too much video because you just saw him. He uses all 4 pitches. His changeup has a little sink to it, and he'll throw any of them anytime.
Marcell Ozuna goes after the first pitch, taps it foul.
And Rich, by the way, with B.J. Upton making that final out, on the year now, he is 1 for 36 with runners in scoring position and 2 out. With 2 out, runners in scoring position, 1 for 36.
Ozuna takes outside. Ozuna, Morrison, Echeverria in the second against Minor. Strike on the inside corner. Ozuna, a quick glance back. Rand Eye Institute tells you that Minor hit it right on the black. Off the end of the bat, Minor trying to get over to first. Freeman shuffles it to him just in time to get Ozuna. And so the Braves get the out at first. Marlins have the Nationals coming in here next on Friday night. And it's a fireworks Friday at 7:10. The Sir Pizza 4-pack is in play. You can include 4 tickets, 4 personal Sir Pizzas, 4 Pepsi soft drinks for just $60. Stay after for a fireworks spectacular. It's presented by Budweiser. Go to Marlins.com for tickets. Logan Morrison. Morrison climbs in, having had a nice road trip. Takes a strike from Minor.
You know, so nice that he's in the lineup tonight. He was not in the lineup in the game against Minor in Atlanta.
3 home runs, a double, scored 4 runs. He had a home run in Atlanta and 2 in St. Louis.
Pretty good numbers against Minor.
Pulls a breaking ball.
We talked about the left-handers, Logan Morrison, Derek Dietrich in the lineup tonight, having their work cut out for them. Lefties hitting 183 against Mike Minor this year.
Elevates a fastball, and Minor gets a strikeout. So the Marlins haven't sniffed a hit. There are 2 outs here in the second. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority. The Miami Marlins may not be reproduced, retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. Here's Echeverria. Minor stays out. Echeverria's road trip, 9 hits. Little tapper. Minor off the mound, gets to it quickly and makes a nice play. Spinning and turning a 10-pitch inning. Scoreless.
español es presentado en SAP por Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
In Miami tonight, the Braves are here opening up a 3-game series. Marlins homestand includes the Nationals for 3, and then the so-called first half ends. In terms of games played, the Marlins and the Braves are well into the second half of the season. But the All-Star break will be a welcome break for everyone. Although, if I were a Braves fan, I'd be pretty upset that the Atlanta Braves are a first-place team, and they have just one representative on the All-Star team, and that's Craig Kimbrell. Now, Freddie Freeman, thanks to Tommy Hutton today, has a lead over Yasiel Puig in the final vote after the first day of the final vote. There's the Braves with a 4-game lead over the Nationals. Johnson gets jammed, and Ozuna makes the catch. AT&T Twitter poll tonight. Now, you can vote on MLB.com, and we recommend that you do. We just want to get your temperature tonight, uninformal survey.
You're just trying to get me going, aren't you?
It's not official. All right, Freeman 22%. Look at Puig, Tommy, 61%.
Because if you're going to take that thought that a good month you deserve an All-Star berth, then you should vote Justin Upton into the All-Star game. He had 12 home runs in April. If that's the thought you're going to take. And you see how National League pitching has adjusted to him. They haven't had that opportunity yet with Puig.
Now, are these results from our poll yesterday or from all the Fox regions? This is from all the Fox regions. So, Tommy, that's not just...
Well, they're out there in La La Land voting for Puig.
Wait a minute. You were born and raised in Pasadena. Come on. Mike Minor swings and misses and strikes out. Slowey has a couple strikeouts. He got Upton with a runner in scoring position. He gets Minor for the second out here in the 3rd inning.
So far, good job by Kevin Slowey. He's mixed his fastball in. Always a good pitch for him is that nice curveball that he uses, and so far, so good.
So Puig right now is in 2nd place behind Freddie Freeman. Hunter Pence is 3rd. Ian Desmond 4th. Adrian Gonzalez 5th.
And there's an outside chance a guy like Ian Desmond, if Tulowitzki isn't able to play because he's on the disabled list right now, that Desmond as a shortstop could be named to the team. There'll be changes.
Absolutely.
There'll be changes.
There'll be pitchers who pitch on Sunday that can't pitch in the game. And so you're going to add an arm here or there. Guys get hurt. The 0-1.
You talked, Rich, about the Braves having just one representative on the All-Star team so far. The first place Oakland A's have just Bartolo Colon.
Outrage. Josh Donaldson. Where are you?
Their closer, Grant Balfour, is 22 out of 22.
Andrelton Simmons up. 0-2 pitch coming to him. And he fouls it back.
Bob Melvin may be outraged. He's a pretty low-key guy, though.
Oh, he has a little low.
He's got a spot.
There's a simmer. There's a simmer to him. He gets going. That's okay. Bob Melvin will use that, and Oakland will use that, and put that chip right on their shoulder, just like last year. Slowly, another line drive at someone. Simmons lines it to center. intervening. Craig?
Well, Rich, it's always great to see old friends. And Jimmy Mouth of the South Heart, one of the great wrestling managers of all time, is here with the Nasty Boy, Brian Knobbs. You got a big show coming up right here at Marlins Park.
Legends of Wrestling Night. You know, Greg, I'm going to tell you something. This is going to be unbelievable. Bill Goldberg's going to be here. We're going to have Bret the Hitman Hart, Jim the Ammonite Hart. Of course, my main man, Brian Knobbs, is going to be here. Brutus the Barber Beefcake. It's going to be unbelievable, baby.
I'm telling you, man. First of all, this stadium is beautiful. And I'm glad the Marlins invited us down to have a Legends of Wrestling Night, August 24th. I mean, you know, they're playing the Colorado Rockies. You never know what's going to happen. The Nasty Boys are going to be here. You got guys, they're called the Aces of Eights, trying to, you know, take everybody out. But we got a lot of Coco Beware. We got a lot of Hall of Famers coming in. We got Greg the Hammer Valentine. I mean, it's going to get crazy. You know how wrestling is because you were involved many years back.
We're going to show some old tape because those were the days as that shot by Dietrich rips one deep to center field, and it's grabbed in center. Jimmy, those were great days.
We're bringing you out of retirement that night. You're going to be doing the ring announcing, baby, just like the old days.
I didn't. All right, that'll be fine if you want me to do that. It would be my pleasure.
I swear you won't get body slammed. Maybe. Man, I'm telling you, if anybody hasn't been out to right out here to the Miami Marlins, I'm telling you right now, this stadium is beautiful. You got to come check it out. The people are friendly. The atmosphere is fantastic. And if you love baseball, you got to be here.
All right, that's again August 24th.
You look so young standing next to Ted DiBiase and Virgil just then.
Yeah, but you look the same somehow. This guy has not aged 25 years later.
I feel like the Dick Clark of wrestling, huh?
Jimmy Mouth of South Heart and Brian Knobbs, the Nasty Boy. And again, it's August 24th. You really do have a bunch of great wrestling names. So it should be a fun show. It'll be right after the ball game on the West Plaza.
And free autographs that night, too. Bill Goldberg's going to be signing, the Hart Foundation, the Nasty Boys, Jimmy Hart, and so on. It's going to be unbelievable.
Unbelievable. It's going to get crazy and a little bit nasty. Check it out, baby.
It's always an easy interview when you interview wrestlers, guys. Back to you.
Why do I think Craig looked really comfortable in that interview?
1-2 to Jeff Mathis. Yeah, they lost me like 5 seconds into that thing. They lost me. Scoreless ball game. The Braves have the only 2 hits of this game. Mike Minor has looked sharp. He's out in front of Jeff Mathis, and he buries a breaking ball down low. The count evens at 2-2.
And I think you've seen everything that we talked about in the scouting report. Fastballs, we've seen the changeup, breaking ball. So he does use it all.
That one shoots away from Mathis. Count 3-2. Mathis trying to get aboard so slow he can bunt him up. That's a fair ball. Johnson's throw across the diamond is in time. Inside the Marlins, a look at Tino Martinez premieres tonight after the Marlins and the Braves. 16 seasons in the big leagues, 6 with the Yankees. Inside the Marlins, Tino Martinez tonight after Marlins Live. And Tino Martinez will join us in the next half inning.
I had some good stuff on Giancarlo in talking with Tino, but I wanted to save it because you'd rather hear from Tino than me. So we'll talk about that when we have Tino Martinez on next half.
Which, if Mike Minor keeps pitching like he does, is coming up shortly. You got Mathis on a ground ball. He's 1-2 on Slowey. Remember, Minor was pitching well against the Marlins until Ruggiano struck midway through that game with the 3-run homer. That's strike 3. So, Tino Martinez is coming up. The Braves and the Marlins are scoreless. A team that has blossomed offensively since the start of June, and their hitting coach joins us now in his first year as a hitting coach, Tino Martinez. Hi, Tino. How are you?
I'm doing good. It would be nice if we had a couple of hits right now, but I'm doing all right.
How'd you survive April and May? Because it wasn't until June that some of the young hitters and even some of your veteran guys got going.
It was tough, because we had a pretty good spring training. The guys swung the bat real well, and when the season started, they just kind of started pressing and couldn't score runs. And I knew they were young, and I had to be patient with them. And over time, they would start hitting and scoring runs. But it was tough because I wanted them to hit so bad and win some ball games early, and we got off to a slow start. But they've been doing very well lately.
Kevin slowly approaches Jason Hayward.
Tino, I have one for you as when you were a hitter, then also relaying this to your hitters now. When you saw a pitcher, as the Marlins are seeing in minor back-to-back games like this, how did you approach it? Did you do anything differently?
Well, no, I would go look at the film and see, what I did off him, if I got hits off him, what I hit, and if I struck out a couple times, what he got me out with. And usually when that happens, the pitcher will, try to change his game plan the next time out. But he's done a good job so far of mixing it up and keeping his change up down and the curveball for strikes as well.
Now, Tino, as you were coming up, you played for a manager early in your career who was a hitting coach / manager in Lou Piniella. Then you had the great run with the Yankees. Hitting coach that you worked for or with, even your time with Kevin Long in spring training, that influenced you as a hitting coach?
Well, Kevin Long was great, but as far as me learning how to become a hitter, Lou Piniella was the one who got me young as a young player in Seattle and taught me how to hit in the big leagues and what to look for in certain situations, and not just the mechanics of hitting, but the overall theme of hitting in the big leagues. And he really is the guy who got me on track. And some of the things he taught me back then in Seattle, I still refer to these guys today and use some of the drills he taught me and how to get myself out of some slumps.
You don't teach them the drill to get up in the middle of the night naked and swing in front of the bedroom mirror. I'm sure you've heard that story about Lou.
Take the bat back to the hotel. Yeah,
I've heard that story. Yeah, I've heard that. And Lou was very intense about hitting, and he would get up, I guess, in the middle of the night and check his stance out, and he did whatever it took to get his hits. But no, I haven't resorted to that yet.
0-2 pitch here to Justin Upton. He cracks one to right field. Stanton after it, and he won't get it. It lands on a hop. Stanton pivots. Runner going to second. Strong throw. Echeverria safe. Upton just got in there. Stanton from the corner with a good throw. Upton has good speed. He's got a double.
Nothing you could do differently there. Stanton did everything right. Got over there quickly, turned, and got something on the throw. But Upton's speed just beat it out. As long as we're talking about Giancarlo, Tino, some of the things you and I were talking about around the cage that you've worked with over the last couple of days to try to get Stanton out of his slump.
Yeah, he's close. The thing with him is he's just trying to do too much and trying to pull the ball too much. So he's getting balls to hit down the middle of the plate, middle away, and his front hip is flying open, his shoulder's flying open, just a hair. It's not much. It's just enough to make him pop up or swing and miss. And we talked about it today a little bit on videotapes, and I was kind of encouraged to see that first at bat. The ball got in on him a little bit, almost got a little bit jammed. But I'd rather see that than him out front, hitting the ball off the end of the bat.
A couple of your young hitters we talked about at the outset of our telecast on Marlins Live, and that's Adeina Echeverria and Derek Dietrich. Talk about your shortstop, because he seems to find his hits up the middle and into right field.
Yeah, well, Etch has been swinging the bat real well for the most part of the season. He just hasn't had a lot of luck. He's hit a lot of balls hard, a lot of balls in the gaps that have been caught. But lately he's been, we changed his swing a little bit. We relaxed his arms. His back elbow is more relaxed than it was before. And he's a lot more comfortable with the plate now, using the whole field, hitting the ball back up the middle and the other way. And he's having some really good at-bats. And Dietrich as well. Dietrich went through a little bit of a slump there. Same thing with him. He hit a few home runs early. Then he got pool happy, wanted to hit home runs and forgot about using the whole field. And we got him back to that a little bit. Now he's hitting more doubles to left center and right center, using both gaps, which is what his strength is, and that's what we're trying to get him to do, and he's been doing a great job with it.
Did you realize Dietrich had the kind of power he's shown?
I did in spring training, yeah. In spring training, he, in batting practice, he would hit balls out of left center, out of right center. He's just got that wiry type pop. And we knew he had that kind of power, but to actually come here in the big leagues and do it in game situations has been very impressive.
I don't know if you saw him in 2010, but for us as broadcasters, watching Logan Morrison now, it looks like the old Lomo. He's finally got two healthy legs underneath him, and he just
puts good at bat after good at bat out there.
Yeah, he does. I didn't see him much in 2010 at all, but from what I heard, he got real pull happy, pull conscious as well, and wasn't using the whole field. But I think this offseason, he finally got healthy. I guess his knee's back in shape, and he worked with his hitting coach back there, I guess in Kansas City, and his mechanics are perfect. He got to us this year about a month ago, I guess, or so, and not just hitting the ball to all fields and hitting home runs to all fields, but he's, like you said, Tommy, he's putting some great at-bats together. He's getting deep in the counts. He's working the counts, and I think his at-bats really, trickle down the rest of the lineup, and guys are, feeding off that.
Well, this was the biggest out that Kevin Slowey was able to get, the double play grounder from Brian McCann that sunk the second inning for the Braves. And McCann, the hottest hitter, not only for the Braves, but maybe the hottest hitter in the National League right now, is up with runners first and second and one out here in the top of the fourth. Kevin Slowey getting a spot start to open this three-game set against Atlanta. And he jams him again. Terrific pitch. And Lucas makes the catch. And there are two outs.
Rich, I want to get to Tino and ask him about, we've been talking about the Marlins hitters, but just coming off that series in St. Louis, we were both impressed up here at the approach the Cardinal hitters have. They got a lot of good hitters.
They got a lot of good hitters. Their lineup, they're deep all the way down to the number 8 hitter in the lineup. With Yadier, Beltran, Craig, all those guys. And they do put great at-bats together, and they seem to they hit as a team. We talk about it here. They hit as a team. They pass the baton down. One guy walks, the next guy gets them over, whatever it may be. They just hit very well as a team. They all use the whole field. They're the men on scoring position, even Holiday, the big power hitter guys, they go the other way. They take their singles and do whatever it takes to get those runs in. They're very impressive.
While we've got two outs, so quickly get your thoughts on Marcell Ozuna.
Well, he's had a great, beginning to his career as well. He's had his little bit of ups and downs. When he got here, he was a free swinger, but he has really matured the last couple of months, and he's another guy he tends to swing at that first pitch once in a while and make some easy outs, but for the most part, when he goes deep into the counts and works the pitcher to get the hit, to get the pitch he wants to hit, he's very dangerous. And defensively, he won't win the Gold Glove this year, but in the future he will. He's outstanding out there.
He's made such great adjustments because the league has adjusted to him 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, he has, and I told him the same thing in the batting cages when we face these guys. These guys, you face them, 2 or 3 times now, and they're going to make adjustments, and then you're going to have to make adjustments as well. So if they're getting you out a certain way, you have to make adjustments to show them that you can hit that slider away or that pitch outside the way, and vice versa. If you get hits off them on fastballs in, they're going to make adjustments. So it's the way it is all year. It's just making adjustments throughout the season, and that's how you have a successful year.
Which brings me to the question about Mike Minor, having seen him just a start ago. Has he kept to his same pattern, or has he changed it around a little bit from his start in Atlanta?
Well, I think he's pretty much done the same thing. He's mixing that little change-up in and the slider down and in, and we're just chasing it a little bit right now. We have to be a little more patient, stay back on him, take him the other way if we have to, because he knows we're a pretty aggressive swinging team, especially with all these young hitters. But he's done a good job so far of making us chase pitches, but hopefully we'll make the adjustment here soon.
Slowey with a 2-2, or rather a 2-1 pitch to draw the count to 2-2 right on the corner, and he's 2-2 on Dan Uggla. The Braves still have Justin Upton at second, Freddie Freeman at first with 2 outs. And look at pitch 4 right on the black. Struck him out, outside corner. Tino, outstanding job. Continued success with the young hitters.
All right, thank you. Let's get some hits now and runs.
All right, thanks, Tino.
Still scoreless. Honda. Visit your Honda dealer for great lease and finance deals on fuel-efficient Hondas. And by Coventry Healthcare of Florida, lighting the way to better health. You can't pitch much better than Mike Minor in the first 3 innings of this ball game. Pair of strikeouts, perfect through 3. Ruggiano shortens the bunt, and he takes a strike.
Well, how about the great pitches that Slowey made to Ugly to strike him out?
Ruggiano in that start against Minor, remember, had the 3-run homer in the 5th. But he also doubled against him. I believe it was the first pitch of the game in that first inning. So he was 2 for 3 against the lefty. Minor sails that fastball out. Ruggiano bounced to second his first time up. Ed Lucas, Giancarlo Stanton coming up bottom 4. Braves have 3 hits without a run. Marlins don't have a run, don't have a hit. Change up. And a good one. Minor out of Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and then on to Vanderbilt. Breaking ball, Ruggiano hits it center field, deep, and just shy of the track. B.J. Upton runs it down. If you go to any Wednesday Marlins game, and this Wednesday is a 12:40 start against the Braves, you can save up to 60% with the Chevron Crazy 8 ticket offer. Fill up at a participating Chevron, get $8 home run porch or $18 home plate box tickets. Visit your local Chevron or Marlins.com/Chevron for details. Restrictions apply.
What a gorgeous night, by the way. It's absolutely gorgeous here tonight.
The rolling windows are open. The humidity is low. The roof is open.
Got a little breeze.
And Ed Lucas bangs one into center field for the first hit. Lucas around first. He's headed to second, and the throw is dropped by Ugla. Lucas has a double.
If Ugla's able to maintain and hang on, he's able to put the tag on Ed Lucas. But I like the aggressiveness of Lucas. Gets the ball a little bit into left center. And remember, B.J. Upton was shading him somewhat to right center. He comes up with a strong throw, but Uggs mishandles it. Good job by Lucas.
Little super slow-mo of Ed Lucas. So a double by Lucas. And now here's Stanton. As you heard Tino Martinez say, improvement in the last Stanton at bat. Fastball's out. Stanton hit a soft liner out to center field. Just 154 with runners in scoring position. McCann wants it up. Fastball misses up.
Boy, look at the numbers, pitch count for Mike Minor. Told you a little bit of everything. Breaking pitch, off speed, fastballs.
So the off speed essentially is the changeup.
And he's had excellent control. The one thing that Tino Martinez told us around the batting cage with Stanton is that they sat and looked at some video, and what they did, they looked at some positive stuff. The home run he hit in Arizona against Heath Bell, that he drove to right center field, because that's the kind of swing he wants to see, and Minor didn't give him anything to hit.
No. Minor wanted Ozuna rather than Stanton.
That right there tells you the presence of Giancarlo in a lineup. I mean, he's not hitting. Stanton 3 for his last 24, and really didn't get much to hit there.
And so now Ozuna, Marcel off the end of the bat hit a little squibber up the first baseline. So he's 0 for 1. And he fouls it back. He's been terrific against lefties. In fact, when this list popped up, rookie average against lefties for the Marlins all time, you see Ozuna in the middle. Look who's at the top of the list.
How about Red? 413. He can tear up left-handers. This is a good list with Miguel Cabrera and Logan Morrison, a left-handed bat on that list.
He's on deck, is Morrison. Ozuna drives that into right center field. Hayward there to make the catch. And everybody stays where they were. Lucas at second, Stanton at first.
Not a bad approach, not a bad swing. He just got under it, but the thought was there to take the left-hander and take him into right center. Ozuna just got under it.
That's what was so impressive about the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend. Their approach was team-wide. And Tino made a great point. They hit as a team. And even the biggest of bats, Matt Holliday, you could see obviously was following the game plan, trying to go away. That was against Jacob Turner that they had such great success going to right field against. Here's Morrison. He struck out back in the second. Morrison, a slow tapper towards Uggla at second. He's going to go to first and get the out. And so this ball game still scoreless. Back after this injury prevention message from the Cleveland Clinic, Florida. Is low, so the Marlins have the rolling windows open and the roof open. And a great view of the downtown skyline. Time now for the Just for Men Auto Stop Foolproof Stat. Road records for the division leaders. Atlanta 21 and 25 on the road. That one fouled back.
You know, you get the Marlins back home. They've been playing much better at home lately. Last 15 games at home, the Marlins are 11-4.
You know, the Braves started out playing well on the road as B.J. Upton fouls that one off. But they have gone 14 and 25 over their last 39 road games. Dynamite at home. I mean, the Marlins winning that series in Atlanta was quite an accomplishment because the Braves have been just terrific at Turner Field this year. Atlanta's home record, 29 and 13. Leaping catch at third, Lucas.
The hot corner, that's why they call it that. Always be alive. Lucas was ready. Upton hit it hard, but Ed Lucas right there, well timed.
Well, the Braves in their dugout have to be saying to themselves, we've barreled some balls up against Kevin Slowey. Here's Chris Johnson. He flied to center back in the third. Braves just came from Philly. There's a liner into left that finds a home for a hit. Yesterday, Chris Medlin had an off day. 7 runs allowed, a career high. The Braves lost 2 of 3 to the Phils. The Phils today found out that Ryan Howard, the reason he's been limping around, he had a torn meniscus in his left knee. He's going to miss 6 to 8 weeks with surgery.
Boy, the last couple of years with that Achilles, now the torn meniscus.
Minor trying to bunt, and he pushes it foul. The Brewers get Ryan Braun back, but just as he comes back, Aramis Ramirez is going on the disabled list. Braun, of course, when the Brewers came through here, 3 weeks ago.
That lasted a long time, that thumb injury.
He was out a while, a month with the thumb injury. Ramirez a sprained left knee, and that was all the way back in April. That bunt, Morrison's going to go to second, got it out there. Nice play. And you could hear Jeff Mathis directing Morrison to go to second base.
Hey, Logan Morrison tonight has made 2 real nice plays. Remember, he started that 3-6-1 double play in the second inning with a perfect throw. 2-2-2. You can hear Mathis yelling for Morrison to get the double play. And that's a strong throw. You got to come up number 1. You just have to make sure you make an accurate throw. You don't worry about a double play. Make the accurate throw, get the out at second.
As Mike Redmond told us in his office at Turner Field before the Braves series, to beat the Braves, to beat the Cardinals, you have to make all the little plays. You got to do all the little things right. The Marlins did that in Atlanta. They did not do that. Even though they played well in St. Louis, they made a couple of mistakes. And every time they made a mistake against the Cardinals, it seems like it cost them a run in a crucial spot.
Good teams, winning teams, are going to capitalize on other teams' mistakes.
Andrelton Simmons is bounced out, lined out. Pops it up. Morrison doesn't see it. Now it into the seats.
Well, that's one thing that both teams are going to have to deal with. The Marlins in particular, because most of the games recently have been played with the roof closed. Well, with the roof closed, you don't have to deal with the twilight, which we have about now.
It's a great point.
It's a beautiful sight, but it can be tough on infielders and outfielders.
One pitch misses in, and it's 2-1. Toyota trend. Last week the Marlins won 2 games against the Braves. They had not won 3 straight in the same season since '09.
Well, the last game, Rich, with the roof open was May 21st against the Phillies.
Ground ball. Morrison has it. Steps on the bag, and Kevin Slowey has put 5 scoreless in the books. Our Subway box score. Just a hit for the Marlins, 4 hits for Atlanta. Scoreless game. Roof is open. See, the sun is setting over Miami. And it's the Braves and the Marlins in the first of 3. The Fish having their struggles against Mike Minor, the very good lefty of the Atlanta Braves. He's 8-4 with an ERA in the low 3s.
Well, I was just thinking too, Rich, it's happening all over again for Kevin Slowey. Remember early in the year he had so many good outings and just couldn't get any support.
Here's Echeverria. Slowey couldn't even get any support in that dynamite extra inning game in New York. I mean, he did at the very end, but that one flipped into the seats.
Yeah, the final score was 2-1.
But he goes 7 scoreless in that ball game.
7 scoreless. Dan Jennings is throwing in the bullpen because also you have to consider Kevin Slowey making his first start in a while. I mentioned his last start was June 12th. He's had some bullpen outings, but he hasn't stretched it out and thrown a lot of pitches.
He's at 69 pitches right now. He has thrown 51 strikes out of 69 pitches.
And the other thing Mike Redmond's thinking about, Slowey's spot is up 4th this inning.
Up the middle into center field. Echeverria finds a hit. Marlins' second hit.
Well, he finds a hit. He finds an 8-game hitting streak, and I'll guarantee in that 8-game hitting streak, more than half the hits have been up the middle or to right field.
Cholula Hot Sauce picks a spotlight every night. Mike Minor. Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Vanderbilt scholarship. The Rays took him. The Rays, of course, would get another lefty out of Vanderbilt who's pretty good, Mr. Price. Braves took him in the first round, 9th overall.
Yeah, David Price was pretty good yesterday. Tampa with a 3-1 win against the White Sox. Price with a complete game.
Those guys are on a right now online where Price pitches one day, Minor pitches the next, because when the Marlins were in Atlanta, Price had pitched the night before Minor as well. Dietrich pulls it foul. Placido Polanco has a bat. As Tommy noted, the pitcher spot 3 hitters away with Mathis on deck. Oh, 2.
It's interesting, and this is a tough matchup. We talked about Minor against lefties, but Derek Dietrich coming into the game, he's had a higher average against left-handers than right-handers this year.
Fouls it back.
And he's hit 8 home runs, 4 against lefties, 4 against righties.
You would think that as Dietrich continues to learn the strike zone at the major league level, and you can see the growing pains, that the batting average will come up. Struck him out. The power numbers, doubles, home runs, have been there since the very get-go. The homestand ends on a family Sunday. The Marlins and the Nationals at 1:10. Pick up the Pepsi 4 for 54 pack. And the first 5,000 kids will get a Giancarlo Stanton wall cling, courtesy of Cholula Hot Sauce. All kids run the bases after the game in the Diamond Dash. Go to Marlins.com for tickets. Here's Mathis. Echeverria still at first. And Minor still throwing strikes.
Yeah, you have a guy, of course, the count dictates what Mike Redmond can do. You have a guy who's throwing a lot of strikes, and we've seen Redmond with Mathis, with Echeverria, the runner. We've seen him put the hit and run on.
Polanco's on deck. Mathis punches it into right field. Hayward is there, makes the catch. Jason Hayward, a very good right fielder.
Boy, good approach by Jeff Mathis. That's what you want to do against Minor, but just hung up a little bit too long.
And so Kevin Slowey's night comes to a close. And if you were to tell Mike Redmond or Chuck Hernandez you're going to get 5 scoreless out of Kevin Slowey, they may have done a cartwheel for you before the ball game. On short notice, jump back into the rotation against a good offensive team like the Braves. I mean, the Braves, I know were beaten yesterday 7-3, but they had 13 runs on 19 hits on Saturday with home runs from Ugla, Hayward, and Andrelton Simmons. Polanco back up the box into center field. So Echeverria went to center. Polanco goes to center. And you can see the approach of the Marlins is starting to change a little bit as the game has gone on.
Well, if you believe in deja vu and all that stuff, the 3-run homer that Ruggiano hit against Mike Minor in Atlanta was in the 5th inning.
And here comes Ruggiano. Ruggiano tonight flying to center, deep to center, and bounced out. And he lines one into left field. That's a base hit. Good jump. Echeverria up with the ball is Upton, and the Marlins are on the board. Fifth inning magic again for Ruggiano against Minor.
Boy, a great approach. Goes back to what Tino was talking about, the Cardinals hitting as a team. All of a sudden, the team has come together with some good swings in this inning. Good lead, a good break from second base, and with 2 out, Echeverria scored easily.
Here's Ed Lucas. Lucas doubled his last time up. Now it's Polanco at second, Ruggiano at first, and Lucas pops it foul and out of play. So Miami has the first run of the night. They are headed towards their bullpen, while Minor certainly has plenty in the tank. He's only at 64 pitches here in the bottom of the 5th. Lucas, right center field. And playing him there was Upton. B.J. Upton runs it down and makes the catch. But the Marlins get 3 hits and a run and the lead. Let's check in with Craig Minervini. Any more wrestlers out there, Craig?
No more wrestlers, but I'll tell you what, beautiful weather here tonight. You guys mentioned it earlier. It's the first time ever the Marlins have had the roof open for a July game. They're looking at the weather, the humidity, and I'll tell you what, it's a hit with the fans. Here's Zeb here, comes to a lot of games. How are you enjoying the roof?
I love it here. I'm down here a lot. I can't believe I'm here in mid-July with the roof open. This is spectacular.
And how's the weather?
Outstanding. Outstanding. The whole of this place should be full.
Well, we're working on that part. These guys here, too, are enjoying the weather. It's a good place to catch the game. But
great place.
What about the roof open? You probably didn't expect it open when you came here?
Not when it came in. We saw it open from the parking garage and made a good time for it, though. It's great.
Does it add a little bit in the midsummer to have the roof open?
Yeah, we like it. Nice to have that little air conditioning blowing on you, too. So, native of Florida. So, being a pro player, as miserable as it was there, anything's nice.
Well, that's true. It's a great breeze out here, too, out in left field.
You got this East Coast wind coming in. It's great.
I bet you it was warmer in North Carolina, Zeb, where you grew up. Right?
Much warmer. This is perfect. It could not be better tonight than here.
You've been following the Marlins for a while?
Ever since I've been down here, 15 years.
All right. Well, we're enjoying.
Love baseball.
It's great to be out here, guys. As get that extra base hit, we'll go back to Rich.
And Jason Hayward's thinking triple. Up with the ball is Ozuna. Hayward never stopped, and he's on his way to third base easily with a triple. We've seen in this ballpark, any ball that gets to that wall, unless you're really, really slow, that's a triple.
And I think most players, Marlins players certainly, because they play here all the time, but most visiting players are starting to understand that. And Hayward, I guarantee, as soon as he saw that ball get into the gap in right center, he was thinking 3 all the way. Waved over by Brian Snitker, the Braves third base coach. You know what? He didn't even have to look.
So just like that, the Braves have the tying run 90 feet away with Justin Upton up. He's lined out and doubled, and Jennings misses outside. A dozen doubles for Justin Upton to go with the 15 home runs. Liner to right, and that'll get the run home. Stanton is back. He's there, and he makes the catch. Tagging and scoring is Hayward. And the Braves are on the board. And it's 1-1.
Well, as always, it's pretty much half and half. Braves fans cheer, and now you hear the boos from the Marlins fans on that run by Atlanta. A little different than in St. Louis, isn't it?
Kevin Slowey goes 5 scoreless innings. Slowey coming out of the bullpen and throwing 69 pitches. He has not been stretched out as a starter for a good 3.5 weeks. And so Mike Redmond happy just to get the 5 innings out of him. And, of course, pinch hitting for him helped the Marlins get the run with the single by Polanco.
Well, and Red made the move with the left-hander Dan Jennings because of Hayward, Freeman, and McCann follows him in this inning. The problem was Hayward let it off with that triple.
And here is Freeman, who has been the most consistent hitter for the Braves all season long. And many were surprised was not on the All-Star team, whether it was player vote or manager selection. He is in the final vote, and thanks to Tommy Hutton, who today on his iPad voted as many times as he could for Freddie Freeman. Freeman is right now ahead of Yasiel Puig.
I heard an interview with Bruce Bochy, and it made sense. It said it came down for him in picking an Alan Craig or a Freddie Freeman. And where he made the choice was that Craig's versatile and can play first, can play the outfield. Freddie Freeman is a better defensive first baseman, but that's his position. That's all he can play.
In the air, Lucas and Mathis, and it's Lucas who approaches and makes the catch. That is a thankless job. I know you get to do that by going to the World Series,
It's
and that's
like
great.
It's like the penance that you have to pay for winning the World Series or getting to the World Series.
Because some of these decisions are out of your hand. You have to, as a manager, after the fan selection, after the player vote, you have to include players that are from teams that don't have representatives yet. Jose Fernandez was one of those guys that Bochy had to plug in because the Marlins and everybody gets at least one. You just don't expect a first-place team and a first division team, as good as the Braves are, for them to have just one. McCann now. Well, McCann's smoking hot coming into this ball game, and Slowey handled him twice.
You know, he's not going to be at the All-Star game, but McCann 6 times has been an All-Star, and really the only reason he's not is because of his early season injury.
Yeah, he was an automatic when he walked into the big leagues. This is his 8th year as a Brave, and it was his 2nd year as a Brave that he first went, and he had been to 6 consecutive before he didn't go. High fly ball, right field, and Stanton is there, and he makes the catch. The Braves draw even. Jason Hayward a triple. Justin Upton knocks him in.
They have that rule.
Sea Monster race. I think because the Braves are here, there's a little influence of the bucket.
Taking on a little NASCAR influence.
Yes. The tool race in Atlanta is one of our favorite, and the bucket always is in the middle of it.
But look at the crab. The crab didn't give up. He didn't give up. He elbows the shark, gets into first place, and now you hate to have the shark after you. Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Giancarlo Stanton leads it off, and he takes in Mike Minor back to work. Marlins got a run off Minor in the 5th. Stanton is lined out, walked. Marcell Ozuna, Logan Morrison will follow in the bottom of the 6th in Miami on a surprisingly mild night.
Stanton hasn't seen anything to hit the last 2 ABs. He walked on 4 pitches his last AB, and we've seen 3 straight balls here.
Minor zips in a fastball for a strike. Justin Ruggiano knocking in the Marlins' only run in the 5th. It's inside. Stanton takes his walk. It looks like, Tommy, he's seeing the ball better.
Yeah, and now's the time you'd love to see the guys behind Giancarlo bring him in. All right, if you're not going to pitch to him, pay the price.
Here's Ozuna, who has bounced to first and flying to right.
He was swinging at pitches like that in St. Louis.
Ozuna takes a breaking ball for a strike. You know, Minor did get the loss in the game against Nolasco and the Marlins. Gave up 4 runs, but he did strike out 9. It was a 6-3 Marlins win. Back in April in this ballpark, he beat the Marlins when the Braves shut out Miami 8-0.
Yeah, he went 5 2/3 in that game.
2-1. You could tell that Minor and a lot of pitchers now are trying to get Ozuna's aggressiveness to work against him, to work in the pitcher's favor. To right, hit pretty well. Hayward at the track makes the catch. Stanton tags, and he'll hold at first. Ozuna gave it a ride. There's an out, and up comes Logan Morrison. Wendy's presents Now That's Better. After his second knee surgery at the end of 2012, decidedly better. Morrison fouls it back. And Minor's out in front 0-1. Now Minor has handled Morrison in this one. Morrison has homered against Minor in his career.
Now watching Minor, it's clear that he just doesn't want to give anything to Stanton, because after not throwing him much, he gets right back in the strike zone.
And his ball strike ratio has been terrific all night.
So I'm sure the game plan was not going to let the big guy hurt me.
There are the numbers. 76 pitches in. Minor was 11-10 last year in 30 starts. Morrison goes down and drives it to left. Upton is there, and he makes the catch. So 2 deep fly balls. Stanton is still at first, and Echeverria is coming up.
Over the Nationals made a minor trade. They picked up Scott Hairston, versatile right-handed hitter. Picked him up from the Cubs for a minor league player.
Echeverria takes in, stretches hit streak to 8 with a liner into center field back in the 5th. Marlins and Braves tomorrow night, and then a Wednesday afternoon finish. Camp Day, part 2. Another line drive, another base hit. Echeverria, that's a rare ball that he's pulled over this last 2-week span.
It's almost like now pitchers have adjusted to him. They know he's going the other way, so tried to work him inside. He pulled the trigger. That's the whole key and the amazing thing about adjusting. And you brought it up a little bit with Ozuna, and we're seeing it in Echeverria. They may start you off working you with hard stuff inside. Now you adjust to that. Now it's hard stuff and breaking balls away. Now you adjust to that, but they still will come back in. Now it's soft stuff away with changeup. So it's a constant going on as a big league hitter.
Stand at second, Echeverria at first, and now the battle between the lefty Minor and the lefty Dietrich, which Minor has won both times, resumes. Dietrich flied to center in the 3rd and was called out on strikes in the 5th. As Tommy pointed out, Minor's so good against lefties. Morrison is 0 for 3 against him. Dietrich 0 for 2. Into the bat. That's going to roll fair. And Dietrich's got a hit.
Cue shot.
Well, the presence of mind of Dietrich was, as soon as it left the bat, he was off like a shot down the first base line. Watch this thing.
This is amazing. It's foul. It's a foot foul, and look at the spin, brings it back into fair territory. No play for Chris Johnson at all. And heads up, every once in a while you'll see a runner stand at the plate, assuming that that ball is going to be foul, but Dietrich took right off. Well, and Mr. Bases Loaded is coming up.
That's right.
Jeff Mathis.
Mathis, who had that incredible 2 days in his last homestand where he had the walk-off grand slam and then a 3-run double the next day. You can see he has 2 career grand slams. He lined to right his last time up, and he bounced to third. Back in the third. Hit the ball well in the 5th. The liner to Hayward. Bags loaded, 2 outs. Bottom 6. And a strike. Mathis didn't like the call. Barbaro, the right-hander.
I think we saw Barbaro in every game in Atlanta.
Oh, and 1. And Mathis going after a pitch that bounced well out by the plate. 0-2. A Marlin at every base. Stanton walked. And then 2 out singles by Echeverria and Dietrich. Marlins facing a tough lefty to open this series, Mike Minor. Julio Teheran tomorrow against Henderson Alvarez, Jacob Turner, Paul Maholm on Wednesday afternoon.
So the Marlins seeing 2 lefties in this series, with Minor tonight and Maholm on Wednesday.
The residual effect of those 2 days with Mathis, with all those RBIs, still significant. McCann blocks it, counts 1-2.
Well, he's put together an interesting year with the average at 165. He has 13 hits, but 8 of those hits are extra base hits.
One, 2. They figured twice now that since he went after the 0-1 pitch, he might bite again, and he's laid off 2. The count evens at 2-2.
Donovan Solano has gotten into the on-deck circle.
The only way Solano can get to the plate is if Mathis were to reach here. 1-1 game, bottom 6. Bags loaded, 2 outs. Mike Minor 85 pitches into this. And Mathis steps out. One of the things Mike Redmond said about Jeff Mathis, a guy whose career average certainly doesn't jump off at the page when you talk about him. Mathis came in with a 198 career average, but Redmond said he always seemed to come up with a big hit, a hit when you needed it. And he's done that this year. I mean, some of his hits have been significant hits. Well, this would qualify here if he were to knock one into the outfield and drive in a run.
Hey, Minor has tried nothing but off speed. That last pitch, even the 2-2 count, was a changeup that he missed.
Let's see if he comes back fastball. 3-2 coming. Fastball, and Mathis just got a piece.
Yeah, and he located it pretty well. You saw McCann set inside. When you see that target, you know it's going to be a fastball, and that's pretty much where Minor put it.
Swings on a 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Minor are the same swings you see from other guys' 95, 96-mile-an-hour fastballs.
Because he has command of the off-speed stuff.
Runners will be on the move again. Stanton from third. Echeverria from second. Dietrich from first. Another 3-2 coming. Got him. Fastball. Right down the pipe. And Mathis strikes out. Minor escapes. On to the 7th. 1-1.
Got the glove. He's ready.
Got some good seats, too. In fact, if Freddie needs any help, any scoring punch, he doesn't have far to go. Ryan Webb getting set to come out of the Marlins bullpen.
Yeah, the Marlins have made a double switch with, I think they have. Let's see. No, they haven't. Looked like might make the double switch with Brantley out there, but Mathis stays behind the plate.
Tommy, the participants for the 2013 Chevrolet Home Run Derby have been announced. And for the National League, it'll be David Wright, who's the captain, Bryce Harper, Carlos Gonzalez, and Michael Kadire. The American League, Robinson Cano is the captain, Chris Davis, Prince Fielder, and they're still waiting on a fourth participant. Dan Uggla, center field deep. Ozuna goes back, and he makes the catch 410 feet from home plate. Uggla's hit 2 balls a long way. His double off the left field wall in the second. And this a long out number 1 for Ryan Webb.
Well, right now, I'd say the American League has a pretty good field. I know there's probably some people disappointed that Giancarlo Stanton is not in it, but you know what? He needs to get away from the game for a few days, clear his head, and get ready for the second half. I really think that's the best thing for him. I mean, would it be fun to see him? Absolutely.
Braves pen, Jordan Walden is up. B.J. Upton here, then Chris Johnson, and then Minor's spot. Minor is sitting at 88 pitches. So if the Braves go 1-2-3, there's a chance he stays in. Echeverria throws the first in time to get B.J. Upton, who was 0 for 3 in this one. Here comes Chris Johnson, and here comes the Duffy's deal from Duffy Sports Grill. You can catch a ride to the game for $40, get a lower level ticket, round trip motor coach transportation from Duffy's. and a $10 Duffy's gift card. The next Duffy's Deal game is coming up on a Saturday the 13th against the Nationals at 7:15. Go to marlins.com/Duffy's.
Well, we talked the way Chris Johnson hit against the Marlins in Atlanta. He also hit in the series in Miami here in April. He's 12 for 25 against the Marlins this year, and right now Johnson working on a 9-game hitting streak.
That one fouled off. Joey Turdoslavich is on deck.
Teammates call him Turdo. Sure, he has had some other nicknames in his career too.
Hey, he's a tough kid. Sarasota. You got the west coast of Florida represented right now in the box and on deck with Naples and Sarasota. That's Sarasota right there. That's Naples right there. Johnson pulls it foul.
And you got Ryan Webb on the mound, who went to high school at Clearwater Catholic.
It's a great call.
So there you go.
That's the whole West Coast that all lined up. And Jeff Mathis behind the plate. And now he's not necessarily in that neighborhood, but Mathis is a Florida guy. Mariana, Florida. Fouled at the plate. Johnson battling. The count's 2-2.
It's a good pitch. Good two-seamer that he buried in on the hands.
Braves and Marlins here. Nationals and Phillies in Philly. And so far, it's 2-0. Phillies on top of the Nationals in the 5th. That's John Lannon shutting out his former team. Dan Herron starting for the Nationals. Echeverria on to first, and there's your 1-2-3 inning from Ryan Webb in a 1-1 game.
First start in a while. Kevin Slowey was outstanding. Nice double play, 3-6-1. That helped him out. He got a strikeout, 5 shutout innings by Slowey. The Marlins were able to give him a lead. Got a run in the 5th inning on a clutch base hit off the bat of Justin Ruggiano, scoring Adeiny Echeverria. Didn't take long, though, in the 6th inning. The Braves, off Dan Jennings, they got a leadoff triple from Jason Hayward. That set up their scoring opportunity. A sac fly by Upton. Hayward came in. It's 1-1. Miner's still in the game, and here we go. Bottom of the 7th inning.
Juan Pierre comes to the plate. Remember, Donovan Solano was in the on-deck circle, but he never had a chance to get to the plate, so Mike Redmond chooses Pierre to lead off the inning. And he lifts a pop-up back behind short. Simmons out and veers to his right, makes the catch. And so Pierre is out number 1. Top of the order, Justin Ruggiano and Ed Lucas now. And it's their 4th time through against Mike Miner. And Freddie Gonzalez figures, you know what, 3 is enough. He's going to go to the right-hander. Jordan Walden was warming up. And Iasonia whistling to the bullpen.
Well, that's what managers do. Freddie Gonzalez wanted to wait and see who Redmond was going to pinch hit. Had he pinch hit Solano, he probably would have made the move.
So this would be a Metro PCS call to the bullpen. During this pitching change, the umpires, conferring with Marlin officials, have decided to fire up the motor and get the roof rolling. It won't take long before the roof is closed.
Double switch made by Freddie Gonzalez. Reed Johnson comes in to play center. He'll bat 9th. And coming into pitch, Jordan Walden, a guy who we saw in Atlanta. Good stuff. He has a live arm. One of those guys who not yet with the experience, and you have a guy like Craig Kimbrell, but he has closer stuff.
Walden gets Ruggiano with 1 out. Now remember, Walden has the interesting plant foot. As he delivers, he sort of hops to the plate, and instead of driving off the rubber, he hops and pivots on his toe.
And then gets it up there between 96 and 98.
I know, and so he's not throwing from 60 feet. He's delivering at about 53, 52 feet. Yeah, he throws hard. 2-0 pitch coming.
There's no question that he has some experience. A couple of years ago with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, 32 saves. There's that toe that comes up, and he gives you a little cheat when he delivers.
Ruggiano walks. So the Marlins have some speed at first.
Yeah, and look for Ruggiano early in the count. I would expect maybe to take off and try to steal. You got McCann, who's below average. Boy, he can hit, but below average in throwing runners out. You have a good man at the plate who can take a pitch if he sees Ruggiano going. And you also have even possibility of a hit-and-run combination.
Yeah, especially with Lucas. Lucas has been maybe Redmond's most favorite guy to hit and run with this year. A little wrinkle up there for a strike.
There's a case of Walden missing with fastballs, and all of a sudden McCann said, all right, throw that breaking ball and see if you can throw it for a strike.
And McCann has thrown out just 7 of 26. Make it 7 of 28. Ruggiano 9 of 12. So those are your numbers. Freeman holds them. There's 1 out. Ruggiano bluffs. Walden keeps it out and kept the delivery short.
Ruggiano picked up that 9th stolen base in that game against Mike Minor in Atlanta.
Stole 3rd.
Yeah, after his double, his leadoff double.
Ruggiano away. And he's running on the 1-1 pitch, which is taken out. And McCann's throw into the runner. Ruggiano has it stolen. I thought I heard Dan Iasonia say ball out. And now the ball is posted up on the scoreboard.
Boy, another terrific jump by Ruggiano. McCann tries to hurry the throw. It tails on him, and he didn't have a chance. Good jump by Justin Ruggiano, and that's just another one of the little valuable things he can add, that speed.
Lucas lined to center his last time out. He doubled in the 4th. And Walden continues to miss out
with the fastball
at 96. He's gone 3-1 on Lucas. He's got Stanton and Ozuna following. Down low, and Ed Lucas walks. 1st and 2nd. Here comes Stanton. Now the Braves have had to absorb some injuries. Not at the back of their pen. Kimbrel's healthy and still Craig Kimbrel, but Johnny Venners and Eric O'Flaherty, 2 guys who were mainstays the last couple of years in that trio of a back end from the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th inning.
And a couple of guys who've really picked up the slack have been Walden and left-hander Luis Avilan.
So here's Stanton. And it's a breaking ball, and Stanton was way out in front.
Remember, the last 2 at-bats, Stanton didn't see anything to hit, but the Braves have to pitch to him here. Right now, it looks like the breaking ball is the best pitch that Walden has to throw a strike with.
Fastball in.
That's another good take. Remember, he struck out Lance Lynn, got him twice, got him to swing at 2 pitches in that same area that were off the plate inside.
Lucas and Ruggiano. There's still only 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th.
Another good slider.
You would think, watching the 2 swings on the sliders, that if Walden throws a fastball over the plate, that's a mistake.
If you're Walden, you would think he would go off the plate with another slider.
Got him, and Stanton was way off of it. So Stanton strikes out. Here comes Ozuna.
Boy, not even close. He did go with the slider. It backed up a little bit, but was way out of the zone.
So it's up to Ozuna. Twice he's flied to right. And he's bounced out on an 0 for 3 night. Runners are moving, swing and a miss. The throw not in time. Ruggiano holds at third with another stolen base, and it was backed up with Lucas running, and the Marlins have swiped 3 bags this inning against McCann.
And how about Ed Lucas on the back end of a double steal, picking up his first major league stolen base, but heads up on his part to keep his eye on Ruggiano and take off 2.
0-1 to Ozuna, and Walden's going back to the same breaking ball that he got Stanton on. The roof is officially closed.
Just like that.
1-1 pitch coming.
Well, with a couple of base runners and a couple of stolen bases, I hardly noticed.
And again, to your point, for Walden, his best control has been with the breaking ball. He struck Stanton out on 3 of them. And he's got Ozuna on that.
See,
to count
me,
2 and 2.
As young hitters, I know, and Stanton's struggling, so you throw that in the mix. But if you've been watching, you watch and he hasn't thrown a fastball for a strike. So you know he's going to go to that pitch.
Ozuna, he got a fastball.
I would doubt he gets another one.
The tough part about what Walden has thrown up there as far as sliders is none of the pitches have been hittable. They've all been either out or down in the dirt.
Boy, Ozuna's done such a good job, too, all year since he's been here in these situations.
That's in the dirt, and he did not swing.
And that's something that he really worked on. And well, you go back to spring training, and he had a very wild swing, and you heard Tino talk about how he's been able to control it much better.
Now with Morrison, the lefty, on deck, he saw in the Braves bullpen that they were ready for Morrison with Luis Avilan. Ozuna digs in. Let's see if he gets that slider again. He did, and he inside outs it to first. Freeman gathers it in and just gets him at first base. The Marlins leave 2 in scoring position, and the Braves and the Marlins play on 1-1 into the 8th. Brought to you by Chevron. Julio Teheran at 6-4 with a 3.23 ERA. Henderson Alvarez.
Why we saw that matchup in Atlanta.
Yes, we did. Remember, Alvarez got off to a rough start, but then settled in.
Gave up 3 in the first inning and settled down nicely.
Well, the Marlins go to their bullpen after lifting Ryan Webb for a pinch hitter, Chad Qualls. And with the double switch that Freddie Gonzalez made last half inning, Reed Johnson leads it off. Andrelton, Simmons, and Jason Hayward. Glad you're with us tonight from Miami. Rich Waltz, along with Tommy Hutton, Craig Minervini. John Solster's our producer. Critically acclaimed director Jim Hawley is with us tonight. Ken Lee, our graphics coordinator. Crack staff in place. We saw our Texas crack staffers in St. Louis, Gary and Maryland, checking in on the road. Johnson a chopper. Qualls. That was easy. 1 pitch, 1 out.
And we've been able to describe this game tonight. Most of the game, first 7 innings with the roof open. And now all of a sudden the roof is closed. The rolling windows are still open.
So how does people keep statistics in baseball for everything. So whether the Marlins win or lose here, does it go in as an open roof or a closed roof?
Well, I say because my opinion is because it's tied right now, it would be closed.
Right.
Whoever wins or loses.
Andrelton Simmons trying to drop down a bunt.
But you know who knows those things sometimes? Part of our crack staff who checks in often, Peter from Weston, would know that answer.
Well, tomorrow night is an email Twitter Tuesday. We hope to hear from Peter in Weston and all of you. There's the Marlins and the Braves play game 2. That's a strike. Tonight we've had pro wrestlers. We've had a terrific in-game interview with Tino Martinez. Tino Martinez may have been the best in-game interview that we've ever had on Marlins television. And of course, inside the Marlins, Tino Martinez after the game. Tino had no idea that's after the game, but he broke down every young Marlin hitter quite well.
I bet he could go on and on about some Lou Piniella stories too.
Well, and I think very much like his mentor Piniella, Tino is a guy, and you've noted this before, that deals more with the mental side of hitting rather than the mechanical side. Echeverria on to first in time. And a couple ground ball outs for Chad Qualls, and we check in with Craig Minervini. Craig?
Thank you, Rich. The Braves are hoping to get a big boost in a few weeks from Brandon Beachy. Remember, he threw a shutout against the Marlins last year. Shortly after that, just over a year ago, he had Tommy John surgery, and he's been recovering. He was shut down about 3 weeks ago with some soreness, but the MRI revealed no structural damage. That's good news for the Braves. Tomorrow, he'll make his first start since being shut down. Ironically, he's going to face in a AAA game at Gwinnett Jair Jurgens, who he used to pitch with here, and in fact, Jurgens got hurt back in 2010 and opened up a spot for his career debut. That's when Beachy came aboard. Last year, he had an ERA of 2 in 81 innings and 13 starts, and Freddie Gonzalez told me today it's kind of like getting another starter for a club that already has had excellent pitching this year. So they're hoping to get him back, maybe 2 or 3 rehab starts. Freddie said probably 3 innings tomorrow night for Gwinnett. Guys?
Thank you, Craig. 1-0 pitches out. Yeah, many managers across baseball, as general managers, search for the right piece for contending teams or teams that feel they could contend. There are managers that are just waiting for a guy to come back from an injury that's like adding a nice big piece.
Which brings up a homework assignment I'm giving myself for tomorrow. You hear, and especially it'll get a little heated up over the next few weeks, especially the contending teams. But I haven't heard too much about the Braves. What are they looking for? And here's the first place team.
Are they content with getting a BG back? Are they out searching for somebody? Really, when you read a lot of the different rumors, you don't read about the Atlanta Braves too much.
Well, I mean, if you want to turn the clock back, they could use Michael Bourne in center field. That one is pulled foul. I mean, I know they've put a lot of money into B.J. Upton, but with Bourne, they had the defense, they had the leadoff guy, and they had the speed.
And they don't really have, we talked about it in Atlanta, the pure leadoff guy in Andrelton Simmons.
There's the 1-2 pitch. Well, they have one of the best general managers in the game in Frank Wren. So if there is a need, the Braves have a pretty good shot at filling it. Hayward sitting on a 2-2 pitch from Chad Qualls. And he pops it foul and out of play. Hayward tripled in the 6th. And that led to Atlanta's only run when Justin Upton chased him home on a sacrifice fly. That answered the Marlins' only run, which came in the bottom of the 5th on the RBI single with 2 outs from Justin Ruggiano. And so here are the Marlins and the Braves in the 8th in a 1-1 game. Marlins have had more opportunities. They've left 9 on base. The Braves have left 4.
And those 9 men left on base, Rich, have been the last 4 innings.
Of course, the Marlins just left the St. Louis Cardinals. With the win yesterday, the Cardinals put themselves into a tie with the Pirates because the Pirates lost yesterday. And the Pirates are losing right now to Josh Donaldson's Oakland Athletics in Pittsburgh, 2-1, top of the 8th inning. Breaking ball, right center field. That ball's hit well. Ozuna back at the track, makes the catch. Hayward got into that one. Still 1-1. The Braves and the Marlins. The 2013 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. The best of the American League, the best of the National League. Don't miss the action July 16th, 7 Eastern on Fox. Jose Fernandez, the Marlins representative. Craig Kimbrell right now, the only representative for the Braves. But if Tommy has his way, Freddie Freeman will be there as well. And a lot of Brave fans as well. Even Freddie Gonzalez said he voted a few times.
Great conversation, by the way. Way early this afternoon, Jose Fernandez had with Braves radio announcer, Hall of Fame pitcher Don Sutton.
Oh, Morrison hit on the forearm on a fastball from Luis Avilan. And the Marlins have their leadoff runner aboard here in the 8th. Closer to the elbow than forearm. Ouch.
Well, 3 of the last 4 innings, the Marlins have gotten the leadoff man on. That doesn't feel good, but hopefully they can take advantage of Lomo getting on with nobody out. But talking to Don Sutton afterwards, he said he was very, very much impressed with the 20-year-old who's going to the All-Star game. He was impressed with his understanding of the game and what it takes to continue to improve and get better. And of course, Jose was impressed with all the innings Don Sutton threw, especially early in his career.
A bunt attempt by Echeverria is foul. Morrison was at second. He has to come back. We got Dietrich after Echeverria. And then Mathis. Braves bullpen has been busy for the last couple of innings. Look at Joe Espada trying to.
When in doubt.
But the one thing at play here is that the Marlins just played the Braves 4 games ago, and so any team in the major leagues, when that happens, is going to change their signs. Change the indicator, change the sequence, change the signs.
It's a live arm, by the way, from Luis Avilan. Fastball mid-90s. Good slider.
It's like Tommy having to change his password on many, maybe your iTunes account.
Trust me, I have a little card where I keep all my passwords.
Here's the 1-1.
Actually, I keep it in my phone, but then if I forget the password to my phone, I can't find the passwords to get the password.
Well, see, that's my point, is that a major league player doesn't have the little card in his back pocket with the indicator and the new sequence of signs. That's why Joe Espada came down. And now Avilan misses outside. He gets a visit from McCann. Echeverria, somewhat of a free swinger, as a 3-1 count. He's got 2 hits tonight.
In some situations, you might send Logan Morrison, but boy, I don't know, because Avilan's been all over the place. He hasn't been close. And you'd hate to run yourself out of the inning.
Little flare, and again charging in is Hayward. Morrison has to scamper back. Jason Hayward gets great jumps, takes terrific angles. He gets to more balls that you think he's not going to get to than most right fielders.
Well, that's one of the reasons he won a Gold Glove last year. Yeah, for a minute, you think the ball has a chance, and then all of a sudden, here comes Hayward.
Now Dietrich. Well, Freddie Gonzalez leaving the lefty in to face Echeverria. Now it pays off. He gets to face Dietrich. Morrison at first. 1 out. Bottom 8. That one fouled back. And it looked like it caught a good piece of Dan Iasonia, the home plate umpire. in, and it's 2-1. Checkers brings you Marlins Live. Jeff Conine, Craig Minervini out in center field. 2-1 to Dietrich. High heat.
Couple of pitches out of the zone. That's been a tough pitch for Derek Dietrich. It's where we've seen a lot of pitchers that have 94 and above go. If you don't have the live fastball, you're not going to go there.
And Dietrich swings and misses. Avilan strikes him out.
Boy, you know, it's one of those things that's been, you go a period of time, the Marlins have had some pretty good ABs and a good approach. Tonight hasn't been the case. Tonight, the Marlins have shown their youth and have had a lot of at-bats where they've gone out of the strike zone. And that last at-bat was a good example, and they've left a lot of men on base the last few innings.
Mathis out in front, flips it to shallow center. That's Reed Johnson coming in, and he makes the catch. Marlins get a leadoff runner aboard again, and leave him out there. Unofficial poll on the final vote, and you can get to us if you'd like. Oh, actually, is this the end of it tonight, or is this ongoing for the rest of the week? All week. Freddie Freeman at 24%.
And I think the official poll on MLB.com ends Thursday.
And then there will be, what, 6 hours of Twitter poll. You can vote on Twitter officially on Thursday for, I believe, 6 hours after the MLB.com polls close. All right, the battle of bullpens continues.
I was thinking about it today. I was thinking about the possibility of Puig, and I'm sure there's a great possibility that he could be on the All-Star team. And I was thinking about a couple of guys today who have had, one I say that way, the other I say had, a terrific career and never made the All-Star team.
One,
Kirk Gibson being one, and Juan Pierre, with 4 200-hit seasons, over 2,000 hits, never making an All-Star team. They didn't have that one good month. They just played the game the right way.
Well, as you noted, Justin Upton, if they elected All-Stars on May 1st, Upton would be the leading vote getter. He had just an incredible April. Ground ball short. Echeverria fires to first. Freddie Freeman now. Brian McCann coming up here in the ninth. This was a Kevin Slowey emergency start for Miami. And Slowey went 5 innings, didn't give up a run, and gave up just the 4 hits. Dan Jennings did give up a run in the 6th. Ryan Webb an inning. Chad Qualls a scoreless inning. Qualls is into his 2nd inning here. Freeman 1 for 2. The Marlins got their lone run off of Mike Minor in the 5th.
The Marlins bullpen right now is retired 10 in a row.
Freeman pulls a ground ball foul. Freeman's kind of been the constant in that Braves lineup. Craig Kimbrell, whom the Marlins beat in Atlanta. The last game of that 3-game series, getting loose just in case the Braves take a 9th inning lead. Rolls over on a ground ball. Dietrich backing up, flips to first. And there are 2 outs.
We talked about the Marlins, the offense, how they've had much better winning percentage. But if you go back to June 16th, the Marlins are 3rd in baseball in ERA, team ERA. Pittsburgh's 1st and Tampa Bay's 2nd.
Now McCann, smoking hot, co-player of the week. I mean, you have to be smoking hot to be co-player of the week with a guy that threw a no-hitter. And Homer Bailey. And the Marlins have handled him tonight. And importantly, Kevin Slowey handled him. Because both times that Slowey faced him, McCann was in a spot to do damage. He bounced into a double play in the 2nd, popped out with 2 on in the 4th. And left-handed bats have really troubled Slowey this year.
By the way, not happening for Homer Bailey tonight in Milwaukee. 4 1/3 innings. He's given up 8 hits and 4 runs.
So what you're saying is both players of the week.
Well, so far.
Not off to a good start this week.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, McCann with 1 swing could change that. Pulls it. It's fair. Morrison has it. And the Marlins bullpen has done their part. So has the Braves. And to the bottom of the 9th we go in Miami. 1-1. Baseball on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Metro PCS. Unlimited 4G data, talk, text on Metro PCS. Wireless for all by Kaiser University. Now offering degrees in sports management. Learn more at kaiseruniversity.edu. And by Gulfstream Park. Summer racing at Gulfstream is going on now. (1-1), bottom 9. Braves, Marlins. The Braves are going to stick with the lefty Luis Avilan.
Well, and Mike Redmond's going to go with a guy who hurt the Braves in Atlanta. Donovan Solano had that big base hit off Craig Kimbrell. Proved to be the game winner.
Avilan into his second inning in relief. Solano a ground ball. Simmons backhands, got the strong arm, and he shows it off by throwing out Solano. So the Marlins in that 9 spot have used Polanco, Pierre, and now Solano. Up to the top of the order, Ruggiano, and then Lucas.
Yeah, you saw that arm of Simmons. I remember reading an article in the offseason that scouts who have a 75 to 80 scale, 80 being the best, that's where they put Simmons's arm, 75 to 80.
Ruggiano takes a couple of balls and it's 2-0. Ruggiano, RBI single in the 5th, walked and stole 2 bases in the 7th. Drives it right center field, deep. Hayward back, wall, leaps, got it! Wow! 392 feet from home plate. Justin Ruggiano just a few feet from ending it.
Well, a lot of room, and that's one of the deepest parts. It's probably the deepest right center in baseball, almost 400 feet. And just giving us a little snow cone look was Jason Hayward. Wow.
Avilan looked concerned until Hayward came back down to earth.
Where's that ball in Philadelphia, Rich?
It's up by Bull's Barbecue.
Where's that ball at Coors Field?
Lucas takes out. Ball and a strike. Lucas has walked line to center, doubled, and bounced out.
Getting ready, just in case.
Well, he's getting ready to pitch the 10th, and that's your just in case. Avilan.
I was thinking home run or run. So he wouldn't pitch if the Marlins scored.
Oh, okay. That's your just in case.
That's my just in case.
Gotcha.
I was looking at the just in case with the case half full.
Here's the 2-2. Well, Lucas takes away. Well, Avilan, remember, he hit Morrison and then got 3 outs. He has 2 outs here in the 9th. Stanton is on deck. Anthony Bavaro, for the second time tonight, is up and ready with Stanton on deck. Lucas shoots one to third. Johnson has it, and he makes the play. And the Marlins kept off the board in the ninth. Extra innings. To the 10th we go. 1-1. Thanks to that man. Nice play by Jason Hayward. Is brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. You know, you don't see too many John Rocker jerseys anywhere in baseball, even in Atlanta. So here in Miami, it's a bit of a surprise to see that one. But you know what?
You definitely don't see it in New York. Steve Cishek comes in and gets a couple of righties. Well, he gets Dan Uglo, then he gets a pinch hitter. Pinch hitter we saw on deck earlier, Joey Trdoslavich.
So Ugla, Trdoslavich, and then Chris Johnson, and Cishek out of the pen. Or the bullpen, Ryan Webb and Chad Qualls. Ugla with that big, huge hack and a swing and a miss. Webb with an inning that was scoreless. Qualls 2 scoreless innings. Dan Jennings pitched the 6th. That's when the Braves got their run, the triple by Hayward and the sac fly from Justin Upton. Cishek splits the plate. Cishek has put together a real nice run, coming off a rugged start to his season. End of the bat, Ruggiano makes the catch. And here comes Trdoslavich. As we told you, a Sarasota high school product. He attended Miami. He's the nephew of former big leaguer Mike Greenwell. And then ended up at that baseball powerhouse, Long Beach State. So Trdoslavich was a dirtbag.
Well, he was having a nice year in AAA, too. 318, had 18 home runs, 24 doubles. Mike Greenwell, he could take advantage of that green monster. Left-handed bat, Fenway. Braves have had a lot of success this year off the bench. 3,400 are their pinch hitters. Not this time.
Sharp slider. And you know, the most impressive thing about Cishek's recovery, Tommy, the adjustments that he's made to get left-handed hitters out.
That and the other impressive thing about it is that mentally he hung in there, which wasn't easy to do, I'm sure.
You know, you saw that super slow motion look of Cishek's delivery, and you go back to Jordan Walden, who kind of jumps at the plate and his foot dramatically comes off. Just about every pitcher, when they deliver, their foot is off the rubber 2-3 feet out off the rubber, as you saw with Cishek's. It's just that Walden's is very dramatic, and so you notice it, but as you saw with Cishek, he's way off of it as well.
I tell you what, when he makes his pitches with his delivery, he has that funkiness about him, elbows, kneecaps. Very hard to pick up.
0-2. And a breaking ball misses outside. Johnson lays off of it. Chris Johnson, a hit in 3 trips. The last 18 appearances, Cishek, 12 out of 13 saves, an 0.56 ERA, and a strike 3 on Chris Johnson, and a 1-2-3 top of the 10th. The Marlins coming up. Well, who is coming up? Giancarlo Stanton, Marcell Ozuna, and Logan Morrison. Bottom of the 10th. Anthony Barvro for the Braves. He's been solid in 36 games, an ERA of under 3. And he faces the teeth of the Marlins order. A struggling Giancarlo Stanton, Marcell Ozuna, and then Logan Morrison. Steve Cishek did his part. Both bullpens have been super. Now Stanton has had an unsteady at bat. That was the strikeout in the 7th against Jordan Walden. Some good at bats, the 2 walks in the 4th and in the 6th against Mike Minor. Barbaro from the stretch. And a fastball right down the middle. That's the best pitch that Stanton has seen all night long.
Last thing he expected. Mike Minor threw 33 balls tonight total. 10 to Stanton.
It goes back to our conversation with Joey Votto. Remember that? We were talking about Stanton and his struggles, having to hit without a lot of protection around him. And Votto at times, not right now, but at times has had to do that in Cincinnati. Here's the 1-1. And the thing that Votto told us, Tommy, that really stood out was, don't expect. You have to go up there thinking that every pitch is going to be hittable.
That you're going to get that nice pitch right down the middle.
Right. So you're never surprised when you get it. The 2-1. Now he got it there, and he hits a ground ball to short. Simmons gets the out. That's such a mental grind. You think about that for a guy like Votto, or what Stanton has been through. Is he pitching to me or isn't he? Because Stanton in St. Louis essentially got himself out on a lot of pitches that weren't in the strike zone.
And the Braves are pitching him as if St. Louis never happened.
Now Ozuna, who is 0 for 4. And 1. Barbaro's story, we told it in Atlanta. Terrific pitcher at St. John's. Had Tommy John surgery at the end of his collegiate career. Led the Big East in strikeouts as a senior.
Appeared in all 3 games the Marlins played in Atlanta. So they know what he has.
Up and in, and it's 2-1. Chopper. Johnson came and got the good hop, and he throws across to get Ozuna.
Seems like a pretty routine play, but when you can get to that ball, you get a good jump, you get to that first hop, and it becomes an easy play.
Well, it was an easy play for what, 17 years when it was a chopper to chipper?
Chopper to chipper.
Morrison takes a strike. Logan's 0 for 3. Was hit by a pitch in the 8th. One of the frustrating things for the Marlins in the 7th and the 8th. They had runners aboard, had a pair of runners on with 1 out in the 7th. Couldn't score them. Leadoff runner aboard in the 8th. Couldn't move him from first. Bags loaded, but with 2 outs in the 6th inning. Jeff Mathis struck out on a 3-2 pitch.
Marlins had the leadoff runner on base in the 5th, in the 6th, in the 8th. As you pointed out, a couple of runners on in that 7th inning.
A rolling, tumbling, breaking ball. And it's 2-1. Time called. Morrison steps out. Barbaro actually claimed off waivers from Seattle. Braves have had a little success at that. I believe Eric O'Flaherty was claimed off waivers from Seattle as well. Here's the 2-2.
How about the pitcher out of the past that's having a tremendous year for Seattle, working out of the bullpen? You could fool a lot of Met fans with this. Oliver Perez.
You know, I saw him get his first career save in Oakland about 3 weeks ago. Morrison, a chopper to first, and it kicks off of Freeman. The throw to first is in time to get Morrison. Nice recovery by Freddie Freeman. Navarro was over. And on we go to the 11th. Braves, Marlins. Reed Johnson squares the bunt, pushes it first base side. Morrison, Cishek over, got him. Johnson with a head first slide, almost got there.
There's an example at first. There's an example. I think, Rich, the head first slide slowed him up. There was really no need to slide head first. Good job by Lomo and Cishek to get over there. Cishek got over there in a hurry, and Lomo about 3 or 4 really nice plays tonight. And he did beat him.
Andrelton Simmons, who is 0 for 4. Braves have 5 hits. Marlins have 6. Both teams with just 1 run. Kevin Slowey, the first 5. Dan Jennings, Ryan Webb, Chad Qualls, Cishek into his 2nd inning.
Cishek has thrown lots of strikes. He's only thrown 14 pitches, and he's recorded 4 outs.
Braves bullpen has been super as well. 6 1/3 of Mike Minor and Jordan Walden. Luis Avilan for 2. Anthony Varvaro with a scoreless 10th, and Kimbrel getting loose. Simmons, the young shortstop out of Curacao, 22-year-old, ended up playing junior college ball in Oklahoma, and the Braves found him in the 2nd round in the 2010 draft. It's one of the misnomers, I think, about the Atlanta Braves is that they are a high payroll team. They are not. They're sort of a mid payroll team at $90 million. With John Schuerholtz and Frank Wren, they've always done a a terrific job of scouting and developing.
And that's even with the Uptons.
It's a model that the Marlins are certainly trying to follow, restocking their minor league system in the offseason with the trade of Toronto, a system that has produced Stanton in right, Morrison at first, Ozuna in center. Through trades, you get young players like Echeverria and Dietrich. Morrison kind of between a underhand toss and an overhand throw, he sort of threw a dart at him.
Yeah, I think he caught in between. What do I do? Do I underhand it, or am I far enough away to flip it overhand? But again, Cishek gets over there. You hear Mathis yelling to him. Good job. Couple of 3-1 putouts.
I think you measure the Marlins' success this year on how far they've come in April, May, June, and now into July. And just in talking to Freddie Gonzalez about the Marlins, Freddie pointed out, boy, that you could see the young players just growing in confidence. Very impressed with the young pitchers.
Some of the Cardinals were saying the same thing.
And that's whether it's an opposing team or advanced scouts that has watched the team from the 10th row behind home plate for 3-4 months. Nathan Eovaldi, Jacob Turner, Jose Fernandez in that rotation.
Jacob Turner will pitch the day game, the Wednesday game.
Henderson Alvarez has now joined the rotation. Alvarez goes tomorrow night, and though Slowey gets the start, there's a chance that Tom Kohler will get back into the rotation at the end of the All-Star break. And at the end of the All-Star break, Mike Redmond has indicated that Jose Fernandez will be pushed back to the back of the rotation. That one cranked foul, which will, number one, give him somewhat of a breather, and number two, it will extend his season maybe by another 4 or 5 days into September.
Yeah, I think a lot of that may have bearing on what happens in the All-Star game. If Jose gets an inning or gets a couple of outs.
2-2.
But I know Red doesn't want to commit to it. He wants to sit and talk with Chuck Hernandez and make sure they're on track. But yeah, a lot of it really depends on. I know Jose is happy to be there, but he'd love to get in that game too.
Craig, you've got more?
Yeah, Mike Redmond was asked today, guys, hey, would you like to not see him pitch? And Mike said, what, are you kidding? He said, I really want to see him pitch. We're all excited to see him pitch. But we'll see. They said they'll have a conversation with Bochy, which is normal with the managers, about how you want to approach him. And he'll pitch Saturday, so he'll have plenty of rest to get an inning in or so.
Hey, Tuesday, day of the All-Star game, would be his throw day. So he'd be good for a few.
Sawed him off. Morrison ventures away from the line. Cishek again gets to first and carefully picks his way over Hayward. How many times have we seen that play?
3 times this inning.
Morrison. Cishek is open, and he hits him in stride. all-star closer Craig Kimbrell. A three-time all-star now. AT&T U-verse rewind. This was the breaking ball that Donovan Solano hit into right field. And Lucas would score. The Marlins would take the lead and hold the lead and hang a loss on both Kimbrell and on the Braves in Atlanta.
And if you remember, Kimbrell wasn't as sharp as we've seen him. He walked Ed Lucas to start that ninth inning. He also walked Logan Morrison in the inning. And that's a little out of character for Kimbrell.
Fastball up and in. Well, what's in character for Kimbrell is unheard of numbers. At least last year was. 3-1 with a 1.01 ERA, 42 saves. Opponents hit just 126 against him. And that was the lowest among qualifying pitchers since 1900, Tommy Hutton. I think that was before
that even included the 1968 season.
That was
the year of the pitcher.
Even before the dead ball era. One and two.
So what you're saying, our hitters are actually really blasting him this year and hitting at a 198 clip.
Oh, yeah. Elevates a fastball, and Echeverria strikes out.
Well, the Marlins' last base hit was in the 6th inning. They had back-to-back singles by Echeverria and Dietrich. Since then, nary a hit. Had a few base runners, a couple of walks, a hit batter.
Two and 0. Yeah, the walks, you know, you're talking about ERA and batting average against. Kimbrell with a dozen walks this year. 14 walks all of last year.
That's what was out of character for him in that game in Atlanta, to walk 2 in an inning.
Dietrich takes a strike. So Cishek and Kimbrell, both closers in the game. Dietrich taps to Ugla. And Kimbrell has 2 quick outs. Now Mathis. He is 0 for 4.
Just looking, Rich, on the other side of the scorecard. The last hit for the Braves was in the 6th inning. That was that leadoff triple by Hayward.
So the bullpens have been throwing no-hit stuff since the 6th.
Yeah, nothing.
Five no-hit innings for Miami. Kimbrell is an out away from 5 no-hit innings for Atlanta. I'm not sure you can find anyone better over the last 2 years at the back of a bullpen.
No, I agree with you. Absolutely.
88 saves coming in to this year in 11 and 12 combined, a 1.61 ERA, a healthy 15.7 strikeouts per 9 innings.
When he just pumps 97 by Jeff Mathis.
Mathis pops it up. Full count, 3-2. Miami and Atlanta just played 4 days ago in Atlanta, and the Marlins took 2 of 3 from the first place Braves. Miami then went to St. Louis and in tight ball games were swept. The Braves lost 2 of 3 in Philly. That pop-up is going to be playable. Johnson races in, and he makes the catch. And on we go with Kimbrel and Cishek trading zeros now. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton, and these are the type of ball games that Miami has been playing since early June. Close ball games. Obviously, both starters were good, and the Pens have been dynamite.
Well, we talked about since June 16th, the Marlins third in the major leagues in team ERA, and tonight it's been the bullpen's just been outstanding. I mean, both bullpens have been terrific, and it's almost like, okay, now you turn it over to Mike Dunn, but here's a look at the bullpen. The only run coming off Dan Jennings, that was in the 6th inning, but a nice 1-2-3 inning by Ryan Webb. Qualls 2 good innings. Cishek was outstanding, and now they turned it over to Dunn.
It's interesting how both managers have used their closers. You know, the Marlins getting a couple of scoreless innings out of Steve Cishek. Freddie Gonzalez and Craig Kimbrel in the ball game. He looks sharp as well.
Well, it's the old all hands on deck, so whoever's available. And you hope now with the pitchers throwing strikes, and that's what Qualls was able to do, and that's what Cishek was able to do. They threw strikes, so they were able to give Redmond a couple of innings.
And you got to be creative here because of all the pinch hitters you've used. If you're Mike Redmond, that's why Rob Brantley is in the ball game in a double switch,
with Mathis having made the last out.
So Brantley will lead off in the bottom of the 12th. As we hit the 12th, Justin Upton and Mike Dunn. Boy, if there's one pitch Mike Dunn could have back in the last month, it would be the fastball that he threw in St. Louis. And Matt Adams crushed for a 2-run homer to tie it. It was then a 4-2 game.
Yeah, he obviously wanted to have that fastball away. The target was away, and he just missed middle in to a big hitter.
Look at that. Off of Dunn, 3 for 3 with a home run. Oh, 2 is out. So the Marlins have used off their bench Polanco, Pierre, Solano, now Brantley. Greg Dobbs remains. And Brantley holds it. Down goes Upton.
And Freddie Gonzalez on his bench. He has Gerald Laird, Paul Janisch, Tyler Pasternicki. He has those 3 available. David Carpenter getting loose. I would be surprised. He does have the pitcher coming up, pitcher hitting in B.J. Upton's spot, but I would be surprised if he stretched Kimbrel for a couple of innings.
Freddie Freeman is 1 for 3. A single, popped out, bounced out. Smacks that one into left center field. Ruggiano is there.
What's amazing, the balls tonight, and it's gone on both sides. The balls that have been hit hard for a good part. There have been a few that have dropped, but balls that have been hit hard to the outfield. The outfielders have tracked them down well. Ruggiano's made some nice plays. Ozuna, certainly Hayward for the Braves.
Here's Brian McCann. And he fouls it back.
Rich, I know you always love the top-notch stuff that John Chimchuk gives us. We were talking about the bullpens, the lack of offense. There has not been a hit by either team since the roof closed.
And that's a great observation. See, all the other stuff is like the new sabermetrics of this guy, amount of innings and pitches and all this. The much simpler form is no hit since the roof closed. McCann takes. Counts 2-2. That is strike 3 called. And that continues an incredible run of bullpen for Miami and for Atlanta. Mike Dunn, a 1-2-3 12th. game, bottom 12. Roof was open most of the way. We had a few notes trickle in that last year there was a game in which the roof was closed during the game. I don't know if it was from Peter and Weston, but Gerald Laird comes in. Now both managers, catchers, replacing their catchers, and both doing so at a spot where they want a double switch to get a bat into the lineup for the next half inning.
And also it allows the pitcher, David Carpenter, it allows Freddie Gonzalez to extend him more than one inning. Won't have to pinch hit for it.
So Brantley not only is behind the plate, but he's at the plate now for Miami. And Laird is at the plate, and if the game gets to the 13th, he's due up second. Brantley then top of the order, Ruggiano, Lucas, and if anything happens, Stanton and Ozuna.
And again, a pitcher that the Marlins saw a little bit in Atlanta. He was the one we told you was a former catcher. Kind of a herky-jerky, short-arm motion, but good life on his fastball.
Brantley has had some success in extra innings. Carpenter misses up. And a tough stretch for Brantley at the plate and behind the plate. He's watched Jeff Mathis get the bulk of the catching lately. And he pops that one up. Laird makes the catch. An out, and here comes Ruggiano. Lots of finals in baseball. The Phillies held on to beat Washington 3-2, and John Lannon got a little revenge on his old ball club. He beat the Nationals. Dan Herron the loss. Jonathan Papelbon's 19th save. Well, Ruggiano darn near ended it in the bottom of the ninth. He hit a blast all the way to the 392-foot sign in right field. A leaping catch by Jason Hayward.
Gave us a little snow cone look, too. Ball almost came out of the glove.
Breaking ball misses low.
Ruggiano
2-1.
He hasn't seen the fastball yet.
He finally got one at 95 miles an hour. And it's 2-2. Dodgers and Diamondbacks are underway. Zach Greinke on the mound for the Dodgers, and that's in Arizona, and they're scoreless in the fourth. Randall Delgado, the former Brave, pitching for Arizona. Ruggiano strikes out. There are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th. Mets and Giants have just begun in San Francisco. Matt Harvey, Tim Lincecum, your pitching matchup. And Oakland held on to beat Pittsburgh 2-1. Oakland has 53 wins. Pittsburgh has 53 wins. And so Pittsburgh, with that loss, and St. Louis is off tonight, falls a half game back in the Central. Oakland had a half game lead, I believe, going into play tonight. Texas beat Baltimore 8-5. And so Oakland, yes, it was a half game. Oakland holds on to that half game lead.
You mentioned that Dodger game in Arizona tomorrow night in the desert. Ricky Nolasco against Ian Kennedy.
Don't dig in, Ricky.
That's right.
0-2. Elevates a fastball. Lucas bangs it foul.
Well, it's only fitting that Kevin Slowey pitched in the Marlins 20-inning game, and he started this one tonight.
A swing and a miss. And David Carpenter finishes off the fish. No hits for anyone since the 6th inning. In Miami, last train out. Actually, just kidding on that. I think there are a few more that are running later on tonight, but it sounded good when you're in the 13th inning. It's 1-1. Yeah, to her, his name is still Dan Uggla. The bullpens tonight have combined to go 12 2/3 and give up 1 hit and 1 run after Dan Jennings gave up the run in the 6th. There's a fastball, a called strike to Uggla. After that run, remember it was a Hayward triple, Upton sac fly. The Marlins got 2 hits in the bottom of that inning, and then just like you turn a faucet off, all the offense just stopped. There haven't been any hits in like an hour and a half
since the roof closed,
and that only took like 13 or 14 minutes.
About that.
Uggla fouls it back. This is the 2nd inning for Mike Dunn. Our producer John Solser points out, since Logan Morrison was hit by a pitch in the top of the, rather the bottom of the 8th, these 2 bullpens have combined to throw a perfect game. 27 up, 27 down. Brantley took one right off the mask, and you immediately start to think, okay, if Brantley got nicked up, who's your emergency catcher? Because you'd have to pick from the guys that are out there.
Well, it could be a Lucas, it could be a Solano, possibly.
Red said it might be Lucas. I bet you Dietrich may have done it. They've used Solano already.
I'm going with Lucas. 10 years in the minor leagues, somewhere along the line. I don't know if he's put the gear on, but he's warmed up pitchers.
You think he's pitched? Now, we had video of you pitching the other day in the big leagues.
I don't know if we'd have video of Ed, but we could ask him.
If we did, it would be just as grainy as the video of you pitching against the Cardinals as a Expo. What's your ERA? Is it 27?
27.
2-2. Two and two. Uggla fouls it off his foot. Count stays 2-2.
With the double switch and McCann out of the game, his 8-game hitting streak is snapped. 0 for 5 tonight for Brian McCann.
Mike Dunn, of course, came from the Braves to the Marlins with Omar Infante in the trade for Dan Uggla. That would be strike 3. We have one of the very best audio engineers in all of Major League Baseball, Mark Butler, and the sounds that he gets from around the ballpark are incredible. Every now and then, the incredible turns, well, profane, and we do apologize for that sounds of the game.
But that was a strike.
Yeah, you could clearly hear Dan Iasonia call it strike 3.
Hey, by the way, 925 games in the minor leagues for Ed Lucas. None as a catcher.
Here's Laird.
Let's hope we don't have to find out.
Gerald Laird's first at bat.
Last few years, the Braves have been able to find a way to get a veteran catcher. You know, they had David Ross.
He's a good player.
Very good player last couple of years. And he moved on. And now they have Gerald Laird, who was with the Tigers last year.
Yeah, Laird is among that club of backup catchers who's good at it and makes a nice living at it. In fact, he's been to the last 2 World Series. He was the backup catcher for Yadier Molina on the 2011 World Champion St. Louis Cardinals. And then with Detroit last year, of course, Detroit got steamrolled by the Giants. But Laird in 63 games hit .282.
Out of Cypress College, grew up about 5 minutes from Angels Stadium. I don't know if Dan Uggla would agree with us, but I think Dan Iasonia has had a pretty good game behind the plate.
Counts full 3-2. In the 13th, in a 1-1 game. And again, the oddity of this one, there have been no hits since the 6th inning. for either team. Echeverria streaks in, makes the catch. Couple of outs for Dunn here in the 13th. And here comes Chris Johnson. You think if someone were to break it, it might be Chris Johnson, who's had a terrific year this year. He's been over 300 all year. And he's got one hit tonight.
So Johnson with a 9-game hitting streak. And we told you this year against the Marlins. 12 hits and 28 at bats. Had a big series in Atlanta.
Stetson University.
Yeah, the amazing thing about this run of hitless innings, the Braves haven't even had a base runner.
Dietrich?
Since that Hayward triple.
He gets the out at first.
Not even a base runner, Rich.
1-1 still. Miami tied and no hits the 6th inning. And since the 6th inning, Jeff Conine has been sitting out there in center field ready for the Checkers presentation of Marlins Live. Niner, I know it's, I mean, 6th inning, you were at your post and ready to go, right?
Rich, I didn't know they were playing a doubleheader today.
Hey, Niner, at this point in time in a game, what are the guys on the bench right now? What's going through everybody's mind?
Oh, there's a lot of stuff being done in there. Rally caps, rally gum, seeds, whatever it's going to take. They're just trying to do something so somebody please get a hit.
You know, the one thing that we saw in New York, and both teams admitted to it, is when you get into the 13th, 14th, and 15th inning type, that game went 20. Guys start to try to end it with one swing, don't they? I mean, there's a almost like a natural instinct to try to do that.
Oh, absolutely. You're wanting somebody to come out of their shoes and connect on something just so everybody can go home at that point. But, I mean, I'm having a good time here, so what do you guys think?
What do you got out there?
I mean, I got nothing to do.
Well, maybe Stanton will wake you up here in a...
I would love to catch a ball right now.
Now, what do you see with Stanton? We've talked to Tino Martinez. We had Tino on talking about him opening up and you know, just getting back to driving it up the middle into right field. What do you see?
Well, from what I see in his mechanics, I think it's just a bad thought process right now. I think he's swinging a lot of bad pitches, which means to me he's not seeing the ball very well. And when you have mechanical flaws that, like you said, you open up with your shoulder, with your hip, the whole chain kind of goes awry, and that causes you not to see the ball well, and he's just not seeing it well at all right now.
2-1. Carpenter to the plate. Breaking ball, line into left field. That's the first breaking ball he's been on in about a week. And he tracked it well and hit it well.
It's almost the first breaking ball that's been a strike that he swung at in about a week, too.
Sounds like he broke his bat as well.
Yeah, he'll take it, and maybe that's a good start. Baby steps.
And so that'll bring up Marcell Ozuna.
And that breaks that string of hitless innings that the Braves relievers have put together.
6 hitless innings for the Braves.
Ozuna's another one that really doesn't look like he's been seeing the breaking ball very well tonight.
He gets a fastball that's in. You got Morrison to follow, and then Echeverria and Dietrich. Bottom of the 13th. Outfield is extremely deep. And he's not seen the fastball that well either. Pitch way in on his hands. Foul back to the screen.
Rich, Tommy, I didn't get to see a whole lot of the games on the road, but how was he seeing the ball in Atlanta and St. Louis?
You know, he had a couple of bad games in Atlanta. Then he had a 3-hit game, the final game, and looked like he was coming out of it.
All the way to the screen, and Stanton will stop at second base as the ball rolls into the Braves dugout.
Well, sometimes a catcher has a chance, but Gerald Laird had no chance on this wild pitch thrown by Carpenter.
And watch it, it takes a wild bounce. And ends up out of play. And so Freddie Gonzalez is coming out right now with the trainer to see if something is wrong with Carpenter after that pitch.
They may have picked something up in his delivery, missing so badly with the fastball.
Carpenter, it looks like is just saying it slipped or I slipped. Well, of course, the Braves also may be buying some time for Alex Wood to get ready for Logan Morrison,
who follows Ozuna. The target's inside, too, of all places.
You don't see too many fastballs missed by that much.
Usually if the pitch misses that badly, it's a breaking ball.
Stand at second. There's nobody out. Outfield has to creep in now. And it's in. And Wood continues to throw at a very hurried pace. Morrison looking out in that direction into the Braves bullpen.
Well, then you have 2 of the next 3 hitters are lefties. Morrison, Echeverria, then Dietrich.
Fastball right down the middle, and he fouls it back.
That tells me Marcell Ozuna's timing is off. Usually you see in a 3-1 count, he is on that, so fouling it off to the right side is pretty late.
Winning run at second base, nobody out, bottom of the 13th. Carpenter, the 3-2. Breaking ball hit him, and then hit the catcher, Laird. Ozuna does wear a pad on that left elbow, so it looks like Laird got most of the punishment. Let's see if the Braves stall for time and try to get the lefty into this ballgame.
Once Ozuna identifies the breaking pitch, he just kind of lets that elbow, the guard, take the brunt of it. Either way, it would have been on base. It would have been ball 4. But then it caroms and ricochets and gets Laird.
Roger McDowell, the pitching coach, is out to talk to Carpenter. I mean, I think the Braves would like to see Carpenter finish this inning, and because they may want to extend him a little further in the game. That's always a juggling act if you're a manager, isn't it?
Well, speaking of juggling acts, if you're a manager and you're Mike Redmond right now, You have first and second and nobody out. I don't think you bunt Logan Morrison. I mean, there are some who would say that, because then you're putting it in the hands of Echeverria. I'd like to see Lomo go ahead and swing the bat.
And so Morrison is going to face the right-hander, David Carpenter. Morrison 0 for 4. He's been hit by a pitch.
Because if Lomo does bunt, they could walk Echeverria and bring in the left-hander to pitch to Dietrich.
Morrison, a ground ball. Freeman has it. Goes to short. There's one. Relay to first. Out at first base. The Braves get 2 outs. And Stanton is left at third base.
Wow. That's not what you were hoping for. Certainly not what you expected. Freeman does this 3-6-3 as well as any first baseman in the league.
Yeah, the more you see Freeman play at first, the more you appreciate how good he is.
Makes a good throw, gets back to the bag. Now with 2 out, it's up to Echeverria.
Laird out to talk to Carpenter. You've got Dietrich on deck. Echeverria tonight has banged out a couple of hits. He is 2 for 5.
With his base hits, has an 8-game hitting streak.
Breaking ball is a strike. Remember, Carpenter uncorked a wild pitch that moved Stanton from first to second. Soft fly ball, right center field. Hayward there, and he makes the catch. And on to the 14th we go. The Marlins waste a nice opportunity. It's still 1-1. Start. There have been no hits since the 6th inning before Stanton's base hit. Tomorrow's starters, quickly closing in on today's starters. Julio Teheran for the Braves. Henderson Alvarez for the Fish. Greg Dobbs into the ball game, and he's at first base. The Marlins do a double switch here. Chris Hatcher back in the big leagues. You talk about Carpenter being a former catcher. Hatcher, a real rarity in the game. I think it was the 40s the 1940s, the last time a major league player got to the big leagues as a catcher and then returned to the big leagues as a pitcher.
Well, and Chris Hatcher was on a roll in New Orleans in AAA. He had 24 saves, but he had converted his last 17.
And so Hatcher enters at the bottom of the Braves lineup. The 9-hitter is Reed Johnson, Andrelton Simmons, and Jason Hayward coming up as well. It's the 14th. It's 1-1.
Hatcher, of course, was added to the roster when Ricky Nolasco was traded, so he joined the ball club for that last game in St. Louis.
And for Hatcher, the fastball, as soon as he converted, was always there. It's that secondary pitch that's been his biggest challenge.
95 and 96. And we've seen that here.
I was off by a decade. Art Dahl of the Boston Braves in 1935. First player was Hatcher to have his first major league season as a catcher and return in a subsequent season as a pitcher.
And remember, we saw Hatcher last year. He came up, appeared in 11 games.
University of North Carolina, Wilmington. You know, I want to say it was his last minor league at bat. Was a 9th inning walk-off home run
in Double-A.
In Double-A to win the Southern League Championship.
Yes, it was.
Series.
You want to say that, and you can.
I'm just getting to it in the media guide, and it is. He was just 2 for 28 in that postseason, but one of the two was pretty memorable, and thus he decided to turn to pitching. And he loses Reed Johnson.
Well, not a very good thing to do, to walk that hitter hitting in the 9th spot to get to the top of the order.
"24 consecutive hitters Marlins relievers had set down before that walk. And here's Simmons. Braves third base coach Brian Snitker. Simmons doesn't have a hit. There's a lot of guys with ugly lines. Simmons bunts. Is he out? He is out.
Yeah.
He's out.
Yeah.
All over it was Dan Iasonia.
Good job.
Here comes Freddie Gonzalez.
He's going to get a little bit of a beef, but I think initially it looks like the right call.
Simmons didn't argue.
Simmons is not arguing at all.
Well, you heard Freddie's argument was that was the second time it hit him, that the first time it hit him he was in the box, and that the second time he hit him was out of the box. If that's the case, then it's a dead ball and a foul ball.
And Iasonia is doing the correct thing.
Oh, he's out of the box.
Yeah, he's out.
He had left the box.
Yeah, Iasonia is doing the right thing. He's conferring with the other umpires.
Watch him leap in the air. He's out of the box.
He's out of the box
at
there.
that point. Yeah.
And it hit him.
Now, the crew chief is Jerry Davis. The crew got together, which you like to see. That's something the Marlins would have liked to have seen in St. Louis.
Absolutely.
The crew get together on that bunt play.
And they've come up with the correct call.
Yep. Well, it was worth a shot.
So in that case, the put out will go to the catcher. 2 unassisted.
And now Hayward with an out here in the 14th. I would think, I mean, I'm sure Hatcher at some point in his career pitched in high school, but one of the toughest things had to be learning just the protocol of pitching from the stretch, what you can do, what you can't do.
Because I remember talking to him about that the spring after he made the conversion, and yeah, that absolutely.
And here's the other thing we forgot: emergency catchers, Hatcher. I mean, after he's done throwing, I mean, you may want to throw him behind the plate if you have to. I mean, Brantley got dinged up here, but right now he's kind of the emergency pitcher.
You are right about the protocol, though. Not, stepping off the right time, not balking, especially in a situation like this, too.
Yeah, if you go to your mouth, you got to wipe off the rubber.
There's his off-speed pitch, which he tried to throw to Hayward.
He needs to start throwing strikes because he walked Johnson. Simmons certainly helped him out by running into the bunt. And Hayward with a count 3-0.
Be careful.
It's down. And the Braves have runners first and second, and they've got the big bats coming up.
Yeah, you can't start playing with fire with a good lineup that the Braves have. And you put a couple of men on, you're asking for danger.
So Hayward's at first, Johnson's at second. There's one out. Justin Upton has doubled as a sacrifice fly. And he goes after a breaking ball.
Yeah, it looked like a slider. They started him off with the slider.
He certainly looks the part of a reliever.
Yeah, for long-time Marlins fans, he has that Brian Harvey mustache. By the way, the Braves are 0 for 3. Only 3 opportunities with runners in scoring position. The last opportunity was in the 4th inning.
That's the nutty part of this game. Is that from the 6th inning all the way until the bottom of the 13th, there were no hits. That's a hit. That's over the head of Lucas. That's trouble. That may score 2. Johnson will score. Hayward around third. He's going to score. And the Braves have a 3-1 lead. Justin Upton.
Well, the walks kill you, and the 2 walks come in to score on that high fastball that Justin Upton takes care of. Boy, into that corner, he hit this ball hard. And Jason Hayward can run the bases. Reed Johnson scores easily, and Hayward flying around, good turn at third, scores all the way from first.
Well, Miami is going to intentionally walk Freeman. With the pitcher spot up next, Tyler Pastornicki is on deck.
So the first hit for the Atlanta Braves since the 6th inning. And it's a big one.
And it comes here in the 14th.
So was the one in the 6th inning.
Yes. That was a Hayward triple. For Pastornicki now. A quick hello to home plate umpire Dan Isonia, who certainly, as you pointed out, has had a real nice night behind the plate, and it ain't easy being an umpire to begin with, but to call 14 innings of a big league game is draining both physically and mentally.
And have to make that quick call on the bunt by Simmons.
And he has to look at Jeff Conine for the last, what, 8 innings? Conine out in center field in his post. Alex Wood, the lefty. Tommy described him as a funky lefty. Here's a 1-1. Hatcher gets a strike. It's 1-2.
Well, Alex Wood not out of Georgia Tech, out of Georgia. He came all the way from Athens.
Two and 2. The ball strike ratio for Hatcher not good. Obviously skewed a bit with the intentional walk, but still more balls than strikes. Full count. Pastornicki, little ground ball. Dobbs bobbles, flips, safe. Everybody's safe.
Well, Dobbs was actually thinking about getting an out at second base. He bobbled in the transition, and Pastornicki flew up the line and just beat it. We've seen a couple of close plays over there at first base, but this time Pastornicki's foot just on the bag ahead of Hatcher.
Yes, it was. He beat it. There's nobody down in the Marlins bullpen. I mean, for Hatcher, it's working without a net, and the Braves have scored twice, and they're looking for more with the bags loaded. And Ugla up there.
Well, this is something the Marlins had opportunities to do this in the extra innings, and they weren't able to. That's why we're here in the 14th inning, and the Braves are having the opportunity, and they're taking advantage.
Hatcher from the stretch. You gotta love Dan Ugly. I mean, when he swings, he swings.
Dan Ugla's not looking to punch one to right field.
A Brave at every base. The big hit by the man on the left, Justin Upton. 2-run double. 3-1 game. Hatcher trying to limit the damage. Marlins, if they can get to the bottom of the 14th down by 2, Dietrich, Dobbs, Brantley, Ruggiano. Ugla strikes out. I know it's late night with the fish, but once again, we apologize for the terrific audio we have here at Marlins Park.
Third time tonight. Ugla has struck out. Second time he's tested our audio.
Here's Gerald Laird. One and 0. Of course, Laird started the season with Evan Gattis.
We talked earlier about the Braves hitting over 300 now off the bench as pinch hitters. And Gattis has been a huge part of that. Evan Gattis this year as a pinch hitter, 6 for 8 with 4 home runs.
That is legendary stuff. 1-1 pitch. Ground ball, base hit center field. That's going to plate at least one. Round third, Freeman comes home and he scores. He got the plate the first time through. And the Braves lead it 5-1. And Gerald Laird delivers.
Yeah, just pumping fastballs, it doesn't matter. Big league hitters hit that pitch. You heard the call by Iasonia. He said safe. Now, alertly Brantley, and I like the fact that Brantley went back thinking that maybe he missed it.
Johnson foul.
And but you heard Iasonia said no, he hit it the first time.
Well, as well, you saw the runner Freeman go back, and you could see why Freeman would go back, because he stuck out his left foot and tried to drag it across the plate, and he couldn't tell if he hit it or not, but he did. Clearly he did.
Yeah.
But Freeman came back just to sort of that discount double check type thing.
Yeah, either way, he was safe both times.
Should have been credited for 2 runs. As it is, it's 5-1. And this seems like a 10-run rally in this ball game, which was 1-1 since the 6th.
You know, they ruled the little chopper by Pasternicki. It was mishandled a little bit by Dobbs. They ruled that a base hit. But these are all earned runs charged to Hatcher.
That one smacked the left. And it gets by Ruggiano. It's going to the wall. 2 more will score. And Chris Johnson delivers a hit. He'll get 1 RBI. And Ruggiano, in all likelihood, will pick up an error.
Well, this ball was stung by Johnson, had some crazy spin to it, and got in front of Ruggiano. That ball hit, took a funny hop by him. He's going to be charged with an error. And all you know what's breaking loose here in this inning. And it's not pretty.
So Laird drives in 2. Johnson drives in 1, and another scores on the error. And the Braves have hung a 6 spot up here in the 14th on Chris Hatcher.
And they batted around. Remember, Reed Johnson started it walking.
Dan Jennings, Ryan Webb, Chad Quall, Steve Cishek, Mike Dunn. Jennings gave up that run in the 6th. Hatcher coming in here in the 14th. Walked the leadoff man. Echeverria. High throw. Safe. Runner holds at third. Johnson getting down the line. Reed Johnson on the other side of the diamond. Chris Johnson holding at third base.
Well, and Echeverria knew that Johnson was getting up the line quickly, so he tried to get a little extra on the throw, and by doing that, it sailed a little bit high. 5th error of the year for Echeverria.
Simmons. Meanwhile, Hatcher has thrown 41 pitches. Simmons blasts one. Playable. Ruggiano. Ozuna makes the catch. And a long, long top of the 14th ends for Chris Hatcher. 6 runs by the Braves. And Atlanta cruises into the bottom of the 14th. Up 7-1. From the 6th inning until the bottom of the 13th. The Marlins didn't score in that bottom of the 13th. But the Braves certainly did in the top of the 14th. A lot. And Chris Hatcher had to absorb 5 earned runs. And so the Braves have Alex Wood in reserve. He's been solid this year. And Wood comes into the ball game trying to protect a 6-run lead. David Carpenter is in line for the win.
Yeah, we talked about Wood when we saw him in Atlanta. Well, he's got a real unusual delivery.
Dietrich, a broken bat, bounces out.
Have to find out from Derek Dietrich if he faced Alex Wood. Georgia and Georgia Tech always play a few times during the course of the year.
Put that on your homework list for tomorrow.
I forgot what I put on my list earlier.
See, tonight's the type of night you get a pass on whatever homework assignment you had.
Okay, good.
Dobbs, first AB, came in a double switch. Smacks one into left field. That's a base hit. And so Dobbs, it's not a pinch hit, but it's a similar spot. And he singles to left. Here comes Brantley. Brantley's 0 for 1. He came in a double switch. Both managers have had to be creative to keep their pitchers in there. Both reserve catchers in. The Brewers just finished off the Reds 4-3. In fact, a lot of things are finishing before this one. Phillies beat the Nationals 3-2. Oakland beat Pittsburgh 2-1. Giants and the Mets are in the fifth. 2-0 Giants. Lincecum a one-hit shutout against Matt Harvey. Rockies 2-0 in San Diego. That's in the fifth.
So Buster Posey with a 2-run homer off Harvey.
Did you realize that the Cubs and White Sox are playing right now?
Yeah, it was a game that was rained out.
I missed the memo on that.
Yeah, they had rained out earlier in their Cubs-White Sox series, north side, south side. Scheduled it on a mutual day off. How's that one going?
It's 2-2 in the eighth. They're playing it in Peoria in a neutral site. Ruggiano rolls it to first. Friedman steps on the bag, and the Braves win this ball game. And they do it with 6 runs in the 14th after neither team could muster any offense from the 6th inning on until the very end.